Can their technology really deliver on a potential $200 billion market over the next decade? A new era of robotics is taking shape. We meet some of the European companies determined to be part of it.
If you look at the physical AI space, it's tremendous. So it's like something like even I can't tell what happens in 1 year. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's fast. It's big. So and it's real.
We will be speaking to leading figures then in the robotics space, including Barclays head of thematic fixed income research, Zdenitsa Todorova, who says we are entering, quote, the decade of the robot. Google DeepMind's head of robotics, Carolina Parada, Neuro Robotics CEO, David Riga, and Roboti's co-founder, Joanna Cartocci. Welcome to Bloomberg Tech Europe. So, are we on the cusp of a new robot reality? Today, we're going to look at what it could mean for the way we live and work, where the investment opportunities lie, and whether Europe can compete in the robotics race. Robots aren't new, of course. They've been building cars and assembling products in factories for decades. What's changing now is the intelligence inside them. AI is being trained to understand the physical world, and that could transform the labor market as we know it. Unlike traditional robots, which repeat the same task over and over, AI-powered robots will learn, respond, and adapt to unpredictable real-life environments. It's known as embodied AI, taking specialized AI and giving it a body with cameras, motors, sensors, and actuators, a machine that can interact then with the world around it. But it's also very difficult to build. The internet gave large language models trillions of words to learn from. Robots, though, they need something different. Data on, for example, how not to break an egg by holding it just doesn't exist, that data. So robots need physical experience of actually doing things. Every time a robot performs a task, manipulates an object, it picks up an object, it's learning, and companies are racing to collect that experience and build on virtual worlds where robots can practice and task millions of times before entering the workplace. Now, Barclays estimates that humanoid robots alone could become a $200 billion market over the next decade. So are we finally getting close to the moment humanoids move out of the lab and into the real world? Here's what Elon Musk thinks.
If you have billions of humanoid robots, and I think there will be, I think everyone on Earth is going to have one and going to want one, because who wouldn't want a robot to, assuming it's very safe, watch over your kids, take care of your pet, if you have elderly parents.
Well, let's bring in Zdenitsa Todorova now, head of thematic fixed income research at Barclays, who's been doing a deep dive and analysis for a period of time on the robotics space and the implications. Thank you for your insights. We talked about size and scale, $200 billion over the next decade. Just unpack that for us. What is the demand picture looking like? Which parts of the robotic space are you seeing the most demand for? Where are we? What is this moment that we're in right now? Is this a change moment for how we should be thinking about robotics?
Hello, good morning. AI is getting physical, and I think we are safe to say that we're entering the decade of the robot. The humanoids market is really tiny right now. It's worth $2 to $3 billion, but our latest research shows it could be a $200 billion market. But I think the bigger point and the key picture here is that humanoids is just one element of a much broader physical AI ecosystem, which includes drones, it includes autonomous vehicles, and other forms of advanced industrial robots. And so, taking everything together, we could hit the $1 trillion mark by 2045, and hence the investment opportunity is really sizable. But what I think is also particularly interesting is that this is a new investment opportunity that comes on top of what we've already seen in AI's first wave, which was more digital. This is the next frontier now. AI is getting physical. We have intelligence that comes to the real world, and that brings a whole new set of investment opportunities. And companies, industries, countries are very interested in this trend because the reality is that what we're facing right now is shortages, labor shortages that come as a result of aging populations, changing workers' preferences, and urbanization. And so we don't have the workers where we want them to be, and humanoids could be an answer to that picture.
So that humanoid deployment, Is it happening now? Do we have humanoids that can operate in factories now that have that intelligence layer that allow them to do the tasks that otherwise would have been done by humans? Is that happening? Is that a now story, or is that a next year or a few years out?
I think it is a now story. The industry is just beginning to scale up. We estimate that in 2026, we're going to see about 60,000 humanoid robots deployed worldwide. And that's a significant step up compared to last year when we only saw 15,000 humanoid robots. And what's driving this acceleration is actually improvements across what we call the three Bs, the bronze, the brain, and the batteries. These are the three critical Bs that you need to produce a humanoid robot. And as all of these three Bs get better and more efficient, the costs are coming down. We've seen a 30-fold decrease in costs over the past decade. And I think we're going to see definitely more. And we estimate that by 2035, we might see about 13 million new humanoid robots deployed annually, and that's a very large number compared to where we stand today.
And we touched on the physical data and that being a constraint. Is that being solved? How much has been advanced on that front?
So I think that people often forget that humanoids is as much a physics problem as it is an AI problem. And the challenge that the industry faces right now is that we need to work towards general purpose intelligence so that these machines are really efficient, they're really useful in the real world. To do that, we need to take a step back and accumulate physical AI data. And the paradox right now is we just have a big shortage of physical AI data. The world has an abundance of digital data, but the challenge with that is that it's a bit tricky to translate that into real-world actions that we need to train humanoids on. So, for example, YouTube has about 280,000 years of video footage, but only a tiny fraction of that is actually useful to generate the insights that are needed for these machines to operate and to navigate the real world. And what we're seeing right now is that companies are working towards solving that problem by accumulating the data needed, be it through deployment in the real world, like we send the humanoids on interships out there, we collect the data, and then the next generation of humanoids gets better.
Does China end up dominating the robotics space? Do they end up leading and winning this market like they've done with EVs, like they've done with renewable energy?
So I think the short answer to that question is China has that right now, but I think that the US and Europe are still very, very much in the race. The reality is that China is the world's powerhouse in terms of robotics. It installs nearly half of the industrial robots of the world, more than 90% of the humanoids, and that did not happen overnight. It's a result of a decade-long state-guided push along the entire value chain, from critical minerals, energy, and key components such as batteries. But China does not hold all the cards. We've done analysis using millions of patents and innovations, and what you see is, yes, it's true, China leads when it comes to kinematics. That's kind of the physical form behind the robot, but the US leads when it comes to AI models and advanced chips. And now you may ask, where does this leave Europe, right? And I think that Europe's opportunity lies in high precision components and high precision manufacturing, because humanoids are, in many ways, like cars in miniature. They rely on the same set of very sophisticated components, in particular actuators and motion systems. And now if you take a step back and look at where these components are produced on the world's map, well, Europe lights up. Europe produces about a third of the world's high-precision actuators. Germany alone, 10% of the world's supply. So I think that if you put these numbers together, Europe and the region is very well placed and positioned to leverage its automotive heritage, its industrial past, and to become a leader in the space. So if you ask me the question, would Europe produce the majority of that 13 million humanoids that we expect deployed by 2035? Probably not. But does it have the potential to become a key supplier to that robotics industry? I would say absolutely yes. And this is where Europe's opportunity lies.
That's the opportunity for Europe, and it's a really interesting insights. Thank you for joining us. Todorova, of course, Head of Thematic Fixed Income Research at Barclays. We've just heard then the investment case for humanoid robots and the potential for this to become a huge new market. How close, though, is the tech to delivering on that promise? I put that question to Carolina Parada, VP and Head of Robotics at Google DeepMind.
I would say not yet, but you can see it. You can see it you can see the light. In my opinion, it depends what you call the ChatGPT moment for robotics. In my opinion, a ChatGPT moment for robotics would be one where everybody can experience what it's like to interact with the robot, and the robot responds to what you want and does what you want in a completely new environment or in completely new setting. So that's what it means to me. I don't think we're there yet, but we're getting there.
What gets us there? What are the technological barriers that need to be overcome to get to that point?
Yeah, I mean, this is precisely what we're invested on. So our goal is to build the intelligence layer that can power any robot and make it really intelligent so that it's intuitive for humans to use, so that it can do a broad range of tasks, so that it can make the robot smart enough to understand an environment, reason about it, and then take action to complete a completely new task that you might have asked it to do. That's what we're going after. I think that there's been significant progress over the last 3-4 years. I mean, before, robots didn't even understand what an object was, or what their environment. They were just simply points in space without any meaning. We've actually introduced around 2022 LLMs and VLMs into robots that taught them what to understand natural language. It also taught them how to reason about their environment, and then how to take action in a way that was towards a particular semantic task or a particular meaningful task for the robot. That didn't exist before.
Humanoids get a lot of headlines. They get a lot of buzz. Do you think that's distracting? Do you think investors, the media, others, do you think we're kind of overly obsessed with humanoids?
That's a great question. I mean, we live in a world where there will be many different robot types. I actually think I'm very practical about this. I think that there's going to be a lot of tasks where a different form factor that is not a humanoid is the right thing. However, I do think humanoids are going to become useful and are going to be an important form factor for a few reasons. First, I think the world is made for humans. So if you want to immediately deploy a robot in an environment that is human-centric, then a humanoid is probably going to be an easy one to deploy. Actually, there's an interesting research aspect to this, which is if we want robots to learn from humans, and the robot has a human form factor, it's actually easier because it can now translate what the human is doing when he's, say, cooking a recipe into what the robot should do in order to do the same task. So that's a learning perspective that I find interesting. And then the other piece is that my goal is to really show that we can get to AGI in the physical world. What does that mean? It really means that the robot can do anything a human can. So I feel like humanoids are going to enable us to show and really believe that we have gotten to that level. So that is another reason why I like it. But we care about all kinds of robots, and we're interested in bringing intelligence to all robots.
That was Carolina Parada, VP and Head of Robotics at Google DeepMind. Coming up, can tiny robots help transform brain surgery? Joanna Cartocci, co-founder and COO of French micro-robotics startup Robotique, joins me in the studio. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Is there anything that humans today can do
Yes.
that will change the lives of the humans currently on the Earth?
Well, first of all, people who switch over are getting the benefit right away. But coming back to the point about the fossil fuel industry and our debt to them, there's an old saying that came from the King of Saudi Arabia years ago. The Stone Age didn't end because of a shortage of stones. It ended because something better came along. Something better has come along now to replace fossil fuels, which are dirty and polluting and threatening humanity's future. The cheapest electricity in the history of the world is solar energy. Second cheapest is wind energy. And now batteries, the only thing that's come down in price faster than solar is utility scale batteries, doubling every single.
Why are we ending the wind farms that are now being built off the coast of the United States? We're ending them.
Because Trump is insane.
On another subject,
You don't want to explore that, but let me add one point on the solar. If you look at all of the new electricity generation installed worldwide last year, I often ask people what percentage of it was renewable, and people say, you know, they're looking for a high number, say maybe 30%, 35%. Correct answer is 93%, because it is taking over the electricity generation industry.
Key investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersachi in El Ula, Saudi Arabia, and this is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to Bloomberg Tech Europe. New industry data confirming that China absolutely dominates the humanoid robot race. Its manufacturers accounted for more than 97% of global shipments just in the first half of this year. That's around 19,100 humanoids shipped in 6 months, up 272% from a year earlier. That is according to California-based Smart Analytics Global. And the numbers are accelerating. The same report expects almost 60,000 humanoids to ship this year, rising to 500,000 units a year by 2030. And industry revenue is forecast to almost double from around $1.6 billion this year to nearly $3 billion in 2027. So China is by far the biggest player in humanoid robots, at least for now. Unitree Robotics, hugely oversubscribed Shanghai IPO this week, underscoring the excitement around the sector. But European companies want a slice of this growing market too, of course. David Rieger is the founder and the CEO of Germany's Neuro Robotics. He told me this technology could be a new engine of growth for Europe's economy.
I do see like physical AI and robotics as the core economic pillar of the future, and in my opinion right now, the only way which is really right now graspable and possible for us to be again, let's say, important to the world and contribute with something I think we're good in.
There's been a lot of hype around robotics in recent history. What do you tell investors to convince them that this time is different?
The difference now is actually the AI part. So I think it's a core differentiator. Like we are seeing like the progress we have right now every day in our labs. Like even if you look at the physical AI space, it's tremendous. So it's like something like even I can't tell what happens in 1 year. I mean it's ridiculous. It's fast. It's big. So and it's real. So you can actually prove today. So and that was missing before. Before we had like great visions and like a clear idea how to make it, but you couldn't show it and prove it. And so for that you need a lot of fantasy to actually believe in that. And that was a difficult part. But now it's also reflected in our funding round right now. It's like that finally we could prove like every single part of this full stack like the system and show it will not take 10 years, it will not take 5 years, it will happen in the next 1 to 2 years, and it will have huge breakthroughs in there.
In your portfolio of robots, you have a humanoid robot, and that's one of the most eye-catching in your portfolio. How much are humanoids about an engineering challenge versus marketing?
In my opinion, the core reason for humanoids is actually psychology of humans. So I do believe humanoid form factor is the only one every human understands. Because that's what I saw in my mother. Or like my mother asked me what I do for a living for a long time. Or so, I tell her every time robot. When I showed her like a robot arm being welding task, she wasn't excited about it. So I saw in her face she actually expressed like, that's not a robot. But since I shown her like a humanoid, she has a lot of ideas what this device can do and what it should do. So I do believe it's easier to build a robot on legs than actually changing the psychology of humanity. So, and that's, in my opinion, the main driver for it. And then the other things like the whole world around us is basically ergonomically made for humans, and I think it makes sense to simply build a robot which is human-like and can just go in and take over the task which humans do.
Is the biggest opportunity actually in physical work? Is physical work where we're going to see the most disruption as a result of AI and robotics?
I think physical AI and robotics will take every physical task. So there will be no acceptance. And I'm not talking about 10 years. I'm talking about the next 2 to 5 years. So, and the reason for that is it's very simple to explain. It's actually the time to skill. Like simply, I can already prove today that I can train my robot a lot of really complicated tasks faster than I can train a human for that. And with a much better reliability and at the same time also, how to say it, precision and whatever. So this means actually, and I use a couple of hours to training. So, and that's also why I'm saying like the approach we are doing right now and our main KPI, we are measuring everything is the time to skill. Because this will define actually where we use robots in the future.
David Rieger, CEO and founder of Neura Robotics. So we've seen how robotics promises to change so many aspects of our lives. Of course, it also has the potential to transform healthcare. Robote is a medical device company building what it calls the first micro-robotic platform. The French startup is aiming to better understand and treat brain disease by using micro-robots the size of a grain of rice. I'm joined now by Joanna Cartucci, co-founder and COO of Robote. Joanna, lovely to see you again. Talk us about what you're doing, because this is real now. You've gone through the research and development phase. You now have a product. You have to get regulatory approval, of course, but you've made significant advances. What is it you're trying to solve, and what is the robot that you're using to do that?
Well, thank you for having me. Robote, as you mentioned earlier, is a company that is developing a novel solution for brain disease for the 1 in 3 people affected worldwide. So this is cancer, neurodegenerative disorders, Parkinson, Alzheimer's, different kinds of dementia, epilepsy. And today there is a real physical bottleneck that has impeded, that has stifled innovation in the brain for the past decades, and that is physical access. So we are unlocking the brain physically by providing a small, tiny device that can navigate through brain tissue to deliver novel tools and therapeutics in the brain to treat these diseases. And yes, since last time we spoke, we have retired quite a bit of risk. We have progressed through our R&D, as you mentioned, manufacturing, upscaled manufacturing, built a formidable team. We've doubled in size over the past year, and we're well engaged in our preclinical studies and gearing up for our clinical now.
Okay, so that brings us on to the timeline question. I know that you work closely with the FDA, the regulators, of course, in the US and elsewhere.
Yes.
What is the time frame? It sounds like science fiction, but you're ensuring that it's not going to be, that it's going to be real and real practical uses. When does this become a market opportunity?
Well, the new decade is extremely exciting. So we're aiming for that. We're aiming for early 30s to be on the market, and the ambition is really to work with regulators in different geographies in Europe as well as in the US to make sure this product gets to patients safely and the fastest way possible.
It's also about drug delivery, potentially, at some point. Talk to us about that potential.
It's actually a massive opportunity, Tom, because as I was mentioning earlier, there is a real physical bottleneck. And here it's an element of everything we've heard of today, the intelligence and the physical layer. NVIDIA is such an incredible company, and the real edge it has is it's nourishing this entire AI revolution, right, with the physical layer. We're doing the same thing. Today, there are massive advances in not only AI and intelligence, but also in novel drugs, novel therapies, gene therapies, cell therapies, electrodes, and they all lack a way of physically being delivered locally with the right precision in the brain, exactly where they need to go and nowhere else. And so for drugs specifically, there's what we call the blood-brain barrier that separates whatever is in the blood from healthy tissue in the brain, but also when something goes wrong in the brain, drugs can't go past the blood-brain barrier with the right concentration. So we're going to be delivering them locally and enabling a whole new aperture for the
We're talking about the convergence of AI-discovered drugs and robotics in this vision. How well placed is Europe when it comes to robotics?
I find Europe extremely exciting. We have an incredible mix of talent. We have a robotics heritage in Europe. We have the most incredible research centers in Europe around robotics. We have real talent, especially when it comes to micro-robotics specifically. I think Europe has a larger challenge of working together because, we compare ourselves to Asia or like the Chinese market you were saying earlier or to the US, but the truth of the matter is that we still act like a fragmented market. Even though we have a unified certification that could be a little bit faster, smoother, and with a more collaborative approach, once you do get a CE mark, you still have to access all these markets independently, one from the other. So we need to work collaboratively and almost to have a uniformed access to the market too.
Okay.
That would be very helpful.
In human studies 2027, and then potentially on the market by 2030. Is that right in terms of the cadence?
Yes. It's definitely a staged approach. And even when it comes to applications, we start from one application, advanced tumor biopsy to go and collect tissue to prove the safety of the approach. A microbot moving through the brain sounded like science fiction yesterday, so this is extremely exciting. We start with something quite simple, and then we expand use cases too.
Joanna, thank you very much indeed. Joanna Kartoshi, co-founder and COO of Robote. That is it for this edition of Bloomberg Tech Europe. In the next episode, we're going to explore the future of health then in more detail, how advances in tech can help us live longer and better lives. That's on September the 11th, so do join us for that. The Pulse is up next. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Middle East and Africa, vibrant resources and high-yield investment opportunities abound. Join me on Horizons Middle East and Africa for the stories, newsmakers, and insight from this exciting region. Now weekdays, only on Bloomberg.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Raffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Global stocks head for a third straight week of gains as the AI trade returns and Fed hike bets ease over cooling U.S. inflation. The U.S. vows unprecedented economic measures against Iran, including the continued blockade of the country's ports. Plus, Bloomberg learns that OpenAI is set to generate annualized revenue of more than $40 billion, bolstering the AI giant ahead of its planned IPO. So happy Friday, everyone. There's quite a lot going on in the markets. Look, globally, stocks are actually headed for a third straight weekly gain. Again, investors returning to the AI trade. We had some cooling U.S. inflation, so there's a little bit of optimism out there. We're also looking at a couple of things in Asia. For example, the Kospi, which is a bellwether for AI investment, added over 2% today. The U.S. 30-year yield, we had that auction that went off quite well, 5.2329, euro dollar 115.53, and then, of course, Brent at 88.41. So treasuries overall are holding on to this week's gains, bolstered by 2 days of benign U.S. inflation numbers. If we look at the European markets map, so we're towards the end of the earnings season, and the focus is firmly not only on data points, but actually what the Fed does and this AI spending, how that will trickle down to Europe. The DAX gaining a touch, the FTSE actually, and the FTSE MIB over in Italy down some 0.2%. So for the conversations that matter and the insights you need, let's get started.
Newsmakers and market movers. This is The Pulse with Francine Lacqua.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacqua here in London. Stocks up, U.S. inflation's cooling. We'll discuss the markets in a moment with Patrick Armstrong from Plurimi Wealth. But first, to tech. And Bloomberg understands that OpenAI is on track to generate over $40 billion in annualized revenue based on its current performance. Now, the ChatGPT maker's revenue has accelerated in recent months, roughly doubling its run rate from the end of 2025. So let's get more with Matt Bloxham, our senior analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence. All right, Matt, I mean, I guess this is a sharp uptick.
It is.
Right, from OpenAI.
Yeah.
I mean, good or bad? It's not, I know it's not as simple as that, but actually what's behind it?
It's not yet. I mean, it's obviously, it's good news that they're kind of doubling their revenues at such a rapid rate. It's very similar to what's happening at Anthropic. Obviously, is their big IPO rival. You know, both of these companies expected to go public sometime, perhaps the second half of this year into 2027. I think in recent months, OpenAI has been seen as lagging a little bit behind Anthropic. Yeah. And the reason is because of the enterprise focus. You know, historically, Anthropic's had a much bigger focus on selling AI into companies, and it's done a great job of that. And OpenAI has kind of been playing catch up, and I think that's what's behind this strong acceleration in their growth, because historically, OpenAI was about selling ChatGPT scripts into you and me, and then they added advertising revenue to that, which didn't go down so well, and it's been a bit slow. And then they realized, okay, we need to start creating products to sell into corporates, and that's really where the momentum is coming from. We think that probably around 50% of this annualized revenue is now coming from the enterprise space, which is a massive increase compared to where it was. You know, they've added things like an equivalent to Claude Code, which is called Codex, and also ChatGPT Work, which is a much kind of broader suite of kind of productivity tools.
Matt, talk to me about DeepSeek. So first of all, I mean, there's a potential IPO there, so that's number one. Is that why they're raising their prices?
I think partly, and I think we all remember when DeepSeek came to first appeared on the scene, and it was, wow, this is an incredibly high-performing AI model, and it's incredibly cheap. You know, less than $1 for 1 million output tokens, and I think everybody was really scratching their heads about the economics of that, and probably in reality, the economics of pricing an incredibly high-performance model at that low level wasn't sustainable, but it was a classic mechanism to get people to use your service. You know, maybe they're suddenly now DeepSeek is ingrained in companies, and it's too hard for them to kind of get rid of it. And now you can start to leverage your pricing power, and certainly having higher prices is going to drive better revenue growth, which ultimately is going to help the IPO story if and when that comes.
Matt, thank you so much. Matt Bloxham there with the very latest, of course, on all of these great stories at DeepSeek and, of course, OpenAI revenue. Matt Bloxham from Bloomberg Intelligence. Now, the U.S. will soon announce what it's described as unprecedented economic measures against Iran. The warning from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent comes as the Trump administration steps up efforts to force Tehran to capitulate through financial pressure. Well, we're now joined by Abir Abulmar in Dubai. Abir, thank you for joining us. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, says this is part of a, quote, 1-2 punch. So what's the plan here?
Good morning, Francine. Well, we'll know more by next week. This is when the Treasury Secretary said that this economic pressure plan will start to be introduced on Iran. Now, he did say that this will be a combination of economic isolation on Iran alongside the naval blockade that is still in place. It will continue to be in place. That will disallow any movement from and to Iranian ports. Now, this follows, of course, remarks by both President Trump, the Energy Secretary Chris Wright, who mimicked those claims about the economic pressure that will be ensued on Iran, essentially. Now, the big question here, Francine, is will this be effective? Because we went from threatening the biggest military strikes on Iran to now going back to this economic pressure plan by President Trump and wider U.S. officials as well. And perhaps our teams at Bloomberg Economics put it best. They say that if 47 years of sanctions against Iran have not broken Tehran's will, more of the same is unlikely to produce any changes, really. And so the big question again is whether this will be effective and whether, as you have mentioned in your intro, Iran will capitulate. For the time being, the biggest thing we're monitoring is the Strait of Hormuz and that side deal that is taking place between Iran and Oman. For what it's worth, we still don't have a lot of clarity on what exactly that mechanism will look like. The last we reported on is that it is in the final stages. It continues to be in the final stages. So once that is formalized, we'll have a better idea about just how exactly that movement in the Strait of Hormuz will be carried across.
Abir, thank you so much. Abir Abou-Omar there in Dubai. Now, we're also joined by Patrick Armstrong, Chief Investment Officer at Plurimi Wealth. Patrick, I mean, you have it all, right? There's everything to do with tech. We've had a lot of earnings. There's now DeepSeek actually potentially IPOing. We had a lot of inflation data. We had jobs data. We still have the Strait of Hormuz. What do you think is driving the markets right now?
Right now, I think it's monetary policy that the Fed might not be pressured into a hike, and you might get through this year with no hikes combined with incredible earnings growth. That's what's driving the markets, because if it was other things, you wouldn't see markets at all-time highs. So incredible earnings growth and monetary policy that's probably still stimulative for markets.
So, I mean, when you look at the inflation data, there is a hope, actually, that the Fed doesn't have to hike. Do they not?
In my opinion, they won't hike this year. So the market's still pricing a hike. A few months ago, they were pricing 2 hikes. I don't think he's minded to hike. I don't think he needs to hike. Job market's slowing. Economy's not overheating. It's not cooling rapidly. It's a sweet spot for him. So you can talk about disinflationary pressures coming through at the same time where unemployment is still low enough where the Fed will be comfortable, but the demand isn't pushing inflation. It is supply constraints and huge CapEx AI data center spend is creating bottlenecks on energy, electricity, and as well as semiconductors, which feed into consumer products.
Patrick, I mean, overall, what do you do with treasuries right now? Because they're seeing, you know, we've seen some pretty fantastic levels, and at times they were pushing actually Kevin Warsh to do something at the Fed.
I don't like treasuries. I don't like conventional treasuries. I love inflation-protected treasuries. I think we've got disinflationary forces right now, but over the next decade, I don't see how we get anything like the perfect decade. The inflation break-evens are pricing. You've got $1.4 trillion in interest rate costs, big deficits, populism not showing any signs of basically slowing. So no grown-up decisions about austerity or about taxes. You have to hope for huge AI productivity creating economic growth, and that's more of a hope than a strategy. And whenever you don't have a strategy, inflation is the consequence. So I prefer inflation linkers to conventionals. It's hard to see how inflation comes in under 2.2% per annum over the next decade, and then you break even with conventionals, even with the protection.
I mean, you were talking about actually some of the chip makers, and that, of course, feeds directly through the consumer. Yeah. Is AI inflation positive or negative?
Right now, it's got to be positive. It's competing with households and manufacturing for electricity, consumer products going up, Apple's having to increase prices or face margin squeezes on semiconductors, and memory is very expensive. So I do think short-term it is inflationary. It's creating supply shortages. Long-term, it's hopeful that it'll increase productivity and become a very powerful disinflationary force.
I mean, how do you look at AI right now? Because we've seen earnings. I mean, earnings were fine, actually.
Yeah, earnings have been better than fine. They've been incredible. I think 90% of the S&P beat, all of tech pretty much beat. Guidance has been pretty robust. I prefer the companies that are getting the money from the hyperscalers than the hyperscalers themselves. So I like the high bandwidth memory, the processors. I like the electricity grid, the infrastructure, the ABB, GE, Vernovia. Those are companies that are getting cash flow today from the AI data center spend. Whereas the companies that are the hyperscalers are hoping they can monetize it in the future, and I'm not sure of that business plan.
So what does that? What are you buying? I mean, is there again? There's like AI, the hyperscalers. There's the people that are doing the models, and you have AI adjacent.
AI adjacent, I love. So I love Micron, Samsung, Hynix. Those are companies with incredible pricing power, 80% profit margins, incredible top line growth, and they trade at single-digit PE multiples. So I love them. I'm wary of companies like Microsoft, Amazon, Oracle that are now needing debt to fund their CapEx plans. They've got sunk cost mentality where everything they've done in the past becomes obsolete if they don't continue to accelerate spend. So I really think they're pressured to spend, even if they're not even 100% sure they're going to be able to monetize it, because they're in a corner solution where they have to spend to keep up with others. So it de-risks an investment, I think, getting the companies that are getting the cash from them.
I mean, what do you do with an OpenAI or some of these, Anthropic one lists?
So I don't own them. I own all liquid market stuff. I'm not a big fan of the multiples that they're at because it's going to be a very hyper-competitive place. I don't think anyone's going to get a monopoly, and I don't think that you're going to be able to monetize it the way the market's pricing. The market always overestimates things in the short term and underestimates in the long term, and I think that short-term overestimation is going to create some valuation headwinds for these companies at some point. But while we're in an environment where there is liquid monetary policy, you've got markets at all-time highs, it's a great time to IPO, but I don't know if I'd be chasing them at IPOs.
Patrick, I mean, does it mean that Europe gets a little bit left behind? I know earnings were
very good in Europe,
actually.
yes. I think surprisingly good because they don't have the same themes driving everything, but the industrials, the financial sector, and healthcare have all been globally very strong, and Europe's got a lot of those big weights in those sectors. So Europe's delivering earnings growth for the first time in a year now. It's not competing with the U.S., but it's very strong double-digit growth.
What kind of sectors do you want to be invested in? Defense is a bit wobbly, right? Because Rheinmetall got slammed because they didn't get some contracts.
We've moved out of defense. We've moved into the energy infrastructure. So the ABB, the GE Vernovia, still have European banks, healthcare stocks. Haven't performed that well, but the top line and the revenue and earnings growth have all been very good. So I think that's a sector that's lagged and probably shouldn't be.
We've talked about Japan for a long time. I mean, it's been pretty interesting the last 2 weeks. Can the U.S. really help actually defend yen?
It can. I'm just not sure.
But it's not working.
It's not working, and that's how it works whenever somebody gets involved trying to push the market one direction. You've got to push to past the point where you show you won't capitulate, and I think the market will keep testing and see the resolve, and I'm not sure the U.S. does have the resolve. No. I wouldn't play that right now, betting that the U.S. will succeed there, but the market will keep pushing their hand, and I think they don't want to take the consequences, I think, right now. I don't think the benefit of them really getting heavily involved probably match the consequences if it fails.
But the BOJ needs to do something.
BOJ does, yes.
Will they? So is there anything to do?
Well, BOJ's got to increase rates. It's got to stop suppressing the yield curve. QE's got to end. You've got to let long-term yields drift up to where market forces will determine the yields rather than the Bank of Japan, which owns more than half of all the bonds outstanding. That's just not something that's healthy, and market forces should drive 10-year yields. The Bank of Japan should drive the 2-year yields in Japan, not the 10-year yields.
So you're not getting involved? Is there anything that
I'm
you're
short
buying in
10-year bonds in Japan right now, but I love the semiconductor stocks there. So Disco Corp, Advantest, they're all the same beneficiaries we talked about, that the hyperscalers, it's trillions of dollars, and it's going in many places, and semiconductors in general is where it's going.
So how do you think of oil?
I'm overweight oil and gas stocks right now. It's one definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different outcomes. And I think you can accuse the U.S. of that right now, talking about sanctions, unprecedented bombings, Iran showing resolve. I don't think we get a fully flowing Strait of Hormuz, unfortunately, in the near term. Inventories have been drawn down dramatically. And if we do have a complete shutdown, I think you could see energy prices spike. So I'm overweight oil and gas, and I hope I don't make money on it.
I mean, is there, a worry that actually the markets are complacent? Because 3 months ago, we thought that, oil could also go to 120, 130, and we just haven't seen it.
I think so, yeah. You get punished if you're overweight oil and gas and you do have a peace deal. But those peace deals don't hold. So if you can look through it, I think it's a good place to be. If oil stays at $80, which I think it will, and it might spike higher, incredible refining margins for the integrated companies, E&P companies, very profitable. The market, I do think, is complacent on the risks there.
I mean, I was surprised. I mean, one of the reasons is, of course, China has, significantly just consumed less oil.
Yes.
So first of all, it's drawing on their inventories. Yeah. But does it also, could it tell that the economy is much less strong than we think?
It's hard to tell with China, but I do think that's a reasonable conclusion. Chinese economy isn't strong, and it's probably less strong than the consensus is. I think that's probably fair to say. I think they've also made a deliberate decision to draw down inventories when oil prices were very high and build them up when there is peace. So just tactically building reserves when oil prices go down and drawing down when they're very high. It's a profitable strategy if you can do that.
Patrick, as always, thank you so much for joining us. Patrick Armstrong, their Chief Investment Officer at Plurimi Wealth. Now, coming up, the result is in from a very unusual UK election. We'll bring you the details next. And this is Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Tyler Kendall in Geneva, Switzerland, and this is Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
When news breaks,
A redhead across the Bloomberg terminal.
Bloomberg has you covered.
Trump's global tariffs are struck down by the U.S. Supreme Court.
For all the context and clarity you need.
There's going to be now tons of tariff headlines until midterm elections.
Hear it first on Bloomberg.
Well, insurer Viva has reported first-half profit up 24% from last year. The company says it's on track to deliver its three-year group targets. Now, the chief executive, Amanda Blank, told us motor insurance and wealth management had been a big driver.
The performance of the business is really strong, up 24% on the profit, a 20% return on equity, and that's 6 years of profitable growth. But what's contributing to that and what gives us the confidence in the numbers is two things. The direct line integration is going incredibly well, and you're seeing that coming through in the numbers. But also the business, the wealth business and the other growth platforms are performing really well. We now have over 260 billion of flows onto the wealth platform. So all of that's contributing towards a more capital-light business. So 70% capital-light now. It was 50% a few years ago. Yep. And we'll be talking to the market today about our confidence beyond 2028, what all the growth platforms are that we have, the advantage of AI, our customer advantage, and all of the growth we have from general insurance and wealth. So lots to talk about. So very exciting.
That's a long list. So let's back up a little bit and talk a little bit about what is happening with the direct line integration and what's happening with motor insurance. You are highly exposed to motor insurance. It's been a tough place to be recently. Yep. Do you feel that business is now turning a corner? Are you starting to see the balance returning to that market and starting maybe potentially to shift in your favour?
Yeah, I mean, certainly. We've definitely seen, so we've put through 6 points of rate in the first half of 2026. The market has probably put through about 3.6. We're pricing ahead of the market. We did the same thing last year. This is the power of the scale of the business. You know, when you've got twice as much data as anybody else, then you've got a lot more insight, you've got a lot more ability to be able to price. And with Direct Line, we've actually improved the combined operating ratio by 10 percentage points over the last year since we completed the deal. And now Aviva and all its brands will be the #1 market share on the price comparison website. So we're doing very well. The market is hardening in motor, and so we feel very confident.
It is getting better.
We're definitely seeing that rates are going up in motor insurance, absolutely.
Outperforming costs?
Yeah, for us, yes, because we've got approved to pay garages and owned garages, where we get the benefit of around £500 a claim by owning the garage. So, you know, it all depends on the dynamics of your business, but for us, certainly.
Okay. Amanda, good morning. We'll get to the wealth part of the business, absolutely, but stay on insurance for the moment. With what we're seeing in terms of the climate and wildfires, how much exposure does Aviva have? Is it going to hit profitability at all? Is it going to have any impact on profitability for this year?
So what we're seeing in the UK, so the incident that you saw yesterday, actually our first response is obviously to those customers. We do have a few customers impacted by the Stourbridge fires, and we're in contact with those to make sure that we put them into an alternative accommodation and make sure that they're looked after. It isn't going to affect the combined operating ratio as we see it today, and we actually give guidance this morning that we will hit the combined operating ratio ambitions for this year. We've also had impacts in Canada, so the wildfires in Canada and British Columbia. But again, you know, yes, it's over the quarterly. The Q3 is the big season for cat events in Canada. Yeah. So, you know, we will be hit for that in Canada for this quarter. But we see that the projection for the end of the year is safe.
I mean, in terms of that wealth business, are you seeing any kind of trends with regards to something that could tell you something on the economy? You know, is there concern around a new prime minister, around potentially new policy with the budget coming in November?
So I think, first of all, it's incredibly resilient. So if you think about people are saving from their salary into their workplace pension, and you've also seen that people have, you know, a significant amount of assets. So our Aviva customers alone have £1 trillion worth of assets. So, you know, that's our estimation, but, you know, the market itself is really huge. What we see from the government and what we want from the government is, you know, no kite flying on different policies on pensions as we run up to the budget, because we've seen that in the previous periods, that that's really bad for customers, because customers are making decisions without really knowing what the outcome is going to be. So we did see in previous budget run-ups that people were taking money out of their tax-free, their tax-free pension. That's not good, because, you know, they don't actually know what's going to happen. It's a sort of just in case. So, you know, we would just urge the government to just, you know, be careful about the messaging in the run-up to the budget.
Well, that was Amanda Blanc, the Aviva chief executive. Now, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has won a special election in the seat of Clacton in South East England. Farage took more than 22,000 votes, a winning margin of over 12,000 over second-place candidate Count Binface. Now, the major parties refused to take part, leaving Farage facing more than 30 local and novelty candidates. Bloomberg's Lucy White is here. I mean, Lucy, this is one of the most actually extraordinary stories, just the fact that almost a third of the votes went to Count Binface. You know, explain why this decision actually ended in such an unusual way.
Well, like you say, it's a race in which none of the mainstream political parties chose to take part. The whole point of the by-election, the reason why Farage decided to resign and stand again, was to sort of deflect attention over all of the scrutiny that he'd been facing over his own finances, over his party's finances, the £5 million donation especially that he received just before becoming an MP in 2024 from Christopher Harborne, a Thailand-based businessman. And it ended in this way, which is, you know, quite a surprise, because Count Binface, as you say, received nearly a third of the vote. And whereas Farage was always expected to win, the scale of that protest vote is perhaps quite surprising. Now, we saw Farage choose not to attend the count last night. He decided that he said that he didn't want to be humiliated by a bunch of nobodies, which is an interesting way to put his opponents. But, he's also cancelled a media appearance today as well, a speech that he was due to give. So the sort of optics of that could backfire a little.
Lucy, I mean, if you think about it, like Clacton is a very easy audience, right, for Nigel Farage. So what kind of questions will people ask at a national level?
Yeah, so it was interesting when you were seeing national polling in the run-up to this election, because whereas Farage is incredibly popular in Clacton, in his sort of heartland, at a national level, a lot of people were saying that they would actually rather the Bin-Face win than Nigel. At a national level, Count Bin-Face was more popular than Nigel Farage. So how he plans to kind of keep his momentum going over the next few months or years even, if we are to wait until the last possible date for a general election, which would be August 2029, it's interesting how he's going to keep that sort of momentum up, because we're already seeing him fall in national level polling. He's now having beaten the Labour Party for over a year and being, ahead in the polling. He's now sort of level pegging with them. In some polls, Labour are even ahead, obviously helped by Andy Burnham taking over. So he's got quite a lot of work to do, I think, to kind of prove to his core supporters, and at least indeed prove to those people who he wants to bring over as core supporters from either the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, that he is a respectable and genuine politician.
But so is this because of the scandals?
Partly it's because of the scandals. I think partly it's because he has a new challenger in Andy Burnham. I think, Andy Burnham has kind of proven that he is able to take on Farage a little bit on his own ground. For example, I mean, we saw Andy Burnham this week announce a crackdown on betting shops and vaping shops on British high streets, which he said were, which Farage has said for over a year now are part of what's killing off UK high streets. So, yeah, we're seeing Andy Burnham kind of tackle Farage a bit on his own ground.
So interesting, Lucy. Thank you so much for joining us. Lucy White there with the very latest, of course, on Nigel Farage, on Andy Burnham and UK. Coming up, President Trump pivots to economic sanctions to try and force Iran's capitulation. We'll discuss that next, and this is Bloomberg.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's chief future officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
What's the skill set that you would advise every aspiring CFO to develop?
Psychology.
I think analytical skills are important. Obviously, you need to like the numbers. If you don't like numbers, then don't go into finance. It's sort of like a recipe for disaster if you don't like numbers.
Not only for the CFO, but also the company's management. That's a communication and the collaboration.
I spend a lot of time figuring out how to take the complex and make it simple, and then finding a way to be able to communicate that both internally and externally.
I think it's relationships, whether it's working with investors, bankers, with the senior management team, with the board. Having your head down is one thing as a finance person, but keeping your ears open is super important as well. And I think that all of that is what kind of builds out being a successful CFO.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten, and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
At a time when policy in Washington is driving Wall Street, we draw a distinction between the rhetoric and the action, bringing you market-moving guests and original reporting. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Jennifer Zabasaja in the Lesotho Highlands, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to The Pulse. I'm Francine Lacroix here in London, and these are your top stories. Global stocks head for a third straight week of gains as the AI trade returns and Fed hike bets ease over cooling U.S. inflation. The U.S. vows unprecedented economic measures against Iran, including the continued blockade of the country's ports. Plus, Bloomberg learns that OpenAI is set to generate annualized revenue of more than $40 billion, bolstering the AI giant ahead of its planned IPO. Now, the Trump administration is imposing tariffs of up to 100% on some foreign-made drones and components as part of an effort to reduce reliance on overseas suppliers, particularly China. The top 100% rate will apply to heavier drones or those that possess national security capabilities. Well, let's bring in Rosalind Matheson, our chief Asia correspondent. Ros, great to see you as always. So what does this tell us about relations with China ahead of the planned Trump-Xi meeting later this year?
Well, it's interesting because you're seeing this pattern of tit-for-tat actions between the US and China in the run-up to this expected meeting between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump, and taking calibrated action against each other in a way in all kinds of different sectors, including robots, drones, even nuts like pecans. But it's all within the realm of understood behavior in a way before this meeting. So to avoid things tipping over into a resumption of a full-blown trade conflict, but perhaps setting out their stalls a bit before this meeting and showing where some of their red lines might be. And so you can see these actions obviously are not going to be impressing the other side. I mean, China won't be happy about restrictions on its big drone maker being able to export perhaps some commercial drones to the US, or facing higher costs for doing so. But again, this is sort of understood behavior in a way between them. And we know that the lines of communication are open and operating ahead of this meeting and setting the stage for that conversation. And we've also seen that in the prior meetings between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump, they've gone off fairly warmly. There's been a resetting of the table, you know, understanding where this relationship is. And neither side right now has an incentive for that to tip into something else. And so these actions, they do chip away at the relationship. They do cause individual companies problems, no doubt. You know, sectors like the solar sector in particular, they may impact US consumers, but they're not going to, at this stage at least, really upset the broader relationship.
Ross, how does this fit into the broader measures that we've seen the Trump administration take to rebuild its tariff wall?
Well, it's certainly another step in that direction, because you can see the administration seeking to use more legally robust measures to rebuild, or at least partially rebuild, this wall. And that's using these section investigations under the Trade Act and avoiding using emergency powers anymore to declare things, because that's the kind of stuff that gets struck down by the courts. And so you can see bit by bit using these investigations in different sectors. We've seen some of those outcomes already. There's more in the hopper to come around a whole lot of different industries, you know, national security investigations and so on. And the idea is to make that, again, more legally robust than previously. Does it still have an impact on relationships? Absolutely. Does it impact US consumers? Most probably. And you have to do it in a way that doesn't interfere with your broader trade agreements with individual countries. And that's quite delicate territory. But again, it's all about Donald Trump trying to find ways again to rebuild, or at least partially rebuild, that wall.
Ross, thank you so much. Rosalind Matheson there, our chief Asia correspondent. Now, the week is ending without any apparent progress in either reopening the Strait of Hormuz or ending the Iran war. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the U.S. will roll out unprecedented economic measures against Iran next week. Well, we're now joined by Livia Paggi, head of political risk at GS Held. Livia, as always, thank you for joining us. I mean, look, I don't know what this, unprecedented economic isolation plan for Iran would actually do. Does it change the Revolutionary Guard, or what's the U.S.'s thinking?
I mean, I think that what we've seen Trump repeatedly do is keep trying to up the ante, right? And it is very difficult to tell what actually ends up materializing. By economic pressures, it will mean that he will continue the naval blockade. He will probably continue strikes that will further demolish the Iranian economy, which is obviously under a huge amount of heat, and continue to make threats probably to up the military escalation. That is really how he can create further economic damage.
When you look at the leadership, though, of Iran, there seems to be so much resolve. Is it the case that, the more you put them in a corner, the more actually resolve they have?
I mean, the issue is that for Iran, this is really an existential conflict. And for the U.S. also, actually, it's become quite personalized for Trump. As we've seen, there's alleged assassination attempts. I think certainly Trump is taking a really personal stance on it, that he wants to somehow win it. But fundamentally, for Iran, this is a question of ultimate survival, and they are willing to put endless amounts of resources and time to continue this conflict.
Where's China in all of this? I mean, does China benefit? Does Iran really still get that much support from them?
I mean, it's not really clear what's happening in the background. I think certainly China does benefit from being able to have certain alliances in the background, but also China is someone who is a state that doesn't want too much chaos, right, in the markets and so forth. So I think they're still playing quite a delicate balancing act with Iran.
What do you think happens in the next couple of months? So there was always an assumption, certainly in the markets, that the closer you get to the midterms, the more President Trump wants a deal and needs the oil from the Strait of Hormuz to pass, so that he'd be relaxing a little bit his demands.
Yeah, I mean, certainly the popularity of the war is declining in the U.S. There's something like 30% approval ratings of this war, so certainly it doesn't have. But we have to keep in mind that Trump actually, whilst his ratings have dropped, I mean, he is still always ahead of the Republican Party, right? And in some ways, he just kind of wants to get through the midterms. It's about him personally. He has two options, right? He can either escalate or give in to some of Iran's concessions. And I think it depends really also on what Iran tends to do. So if what Iran has been doing very successfully, and which is very effective to hit Western businesses, is they kind of have a strategy of horizontal escalation, hitting the UAE, hitting Kuwait, hitting Saudi Arabia. And that's the area that really can tend to then light up a further response from the U.S. side. And of course, then also we have to take into consideration what Israel's going to do, right? So the latest is that Iran would like Israel to come out of Lebanon, resolve the Palestine issue. So they've now just certainly put on two major issues that are very difficult to resolve, especially in light of Israeli elections coming up.
So what do you think happened? I mean, does the outcome of the Israeli election actually also change the outcome of what's happening in Iran?
So there is this view that, maybe the elections could change it. But ultimately, if you look at the polling in Israel, there really is bipartisan support for the war against Iran. And so ultimately, whilst we might see a change in policy, let's say in Gaza, maybe a bit in Lebanon, really, I think it is full support to win the war against Iran. So I don't think we will actually see that much of a shift, even if Netanyahu were to lose.
Livia, I mean, it does feel like from the U.S. side, they've also tried to bundle at certain points, like Iran and Russia, right? Because they were on the agenda for the same day and things like that.
Yeah.
What's the crossover between the two conflicts?
I mean, so we see that Russia is a huge beneficiary in a lot of ways, certainly not least because of the price of oil. oil, and that is enabling Russia to, fill its coffers and continue to fight its war against Ukraine. You see with Trump, he's managed to not, coming full guns blazing to resolve, to never have forever wars, to end the forever wars. And we do see that we have Iran still going, and certainly we have the Ukraine-Russia. There's no real resolution in sight for the Russia-Ukraine conflict either. And in fact, the Russia side now is really feeling the war much closer to home, with warehouses being blown up, e-commerce warehouses being blown up, huge lines for petrol at the moment, and there is no real immediate resolution in sight because Russia's not willing to accept the territorial concessions.
I mean, how much longer? And Europe has been pouring quite a lot of money in Ukraine and arms and weapons without the U.S. really being there for now, quarters, if not years. Can they continue to do it on their own?
I think these are the major questions that we're facing, is how much do we want to be spending on defense, right, to support Ukraine and Russia? I mean, certainly I do think there is quite a lot of determination to support Ukraine, and we do see that Europe is diversifying and creating new allies. I mean, even Meloni now has managed to break up with Trump. So, there is certainly, I think there's progress in trying to figure out their own defense policy that will be independent of the U.S. The reality is much more difficult.
Livia, when you look around the world, is there a danger that actually, after the midterms, that something else flares up? It could be Taiwan, it could be something in the South, China Sea. Is there something that you worry about that actually would just be too much for global conflicts? I mean,
I think certainly China, Taiwan, that is the major issue of what to be watching out for next. But so far, that seems to be kind of bubbling along. So, yeah.
We'll see. Thank you so much for joining us. As always, Livia Paggi, their head of political risk at GS Held. Now, Jane Street has issued $14.6 billion of bonds as part of a broader overhaul of its debt load. They will also allow the market-making giant to fund technology infrastructure and expand its trading strategy. Now, the firm generated a record $39.6 billion of trading revenue last year. Jane Street has been buoyed by volatile markets as well as private, longer-term investments in artificial intelligence and technology firms. So to discuss all of this and everything that we need to know about the world of finance, let's bring in Paul Davies, who covers banking and finance for Bloomberg Opinion. Paul, I love your columns. We need to talk about debt and we need to talk about Jane Street. So they've had this big refinancing. What are they going to spend the extra money on?
So, well, they've always been a big investor in tech and tech hardware, their own systems. I mean, they're a very, tech-led trader and market maker, famous for their super high-speed trading and all of this sort of stuff. One of the things that they are doing, the Bloomberg News had a story in June, is they're now going to build, another one of their own data centers for, more AI technology. Obviously, loads of people are investing in this sort of stuff at the moment. Depending on the numbers you believe, it's something between $6 trillion and $9 trillion to be spent between 2025 and 2030. So there's a huge amount of inflation. It's hugely expensive to do this stuff now. Part of their debt restructuring, they raised another like $3.5 billion nearly, and they're going to be putting lots more money into that sort of stuff. They're also going to be using some of the money to, to help back their trading strategies. Obviously, they use leverage, they use borrowed money to back some of their proprietary positions, and some of it will go to that as well. But it's the tech hardware that's the big thing, I think.
I want to ask you about refinancing, for Jane Street. But in general, do you worry that actually we're creating something that's systemically worrisome for the banks or for the financial sector as a whole?
I mean, not yet. I mean, the more debt that goes into this sort of stuff, and the more money that gets spent, and the more, inflationary pressures you lead to the risk that people are just overpaying even for the basic equipment, even for like the memory chips, the more likely we're going to get to a point where a lot of this money has been wasted, right? I mean, that's just sort of sensible. But, for now at least, I think there's a long way to go before the debt burden gets, really quite dangerous. Yeah.
So what do we know about how Jane Street refinances?
Well, so the interesting thing about this is there were some stories, I guess, last week about how they were probably going to take their public bonds, get rid of them and refinance them in private credit markets. Yeah. One of the things about Jane Street is they are very tight on their disclosure. They don't want people to know what they're up to or how they do it. And when you have public bonds, you have to give bondholders a certain amount of information. taking it private would have ended that mostly. What they've done instead is they've refinanced with a much, much smaller group of investors, which kind of, achieves much of the same thing, and they'll end up only giving information to a smaller circle of trust, I guess you could call it, and those people are going to be, closer to Jane Street, and they're hoping, I guess, for some less leakage about what they're up to. But there's other reasons for doing this deal to do with, and for tightening the circle of investors to do with their own sort of operational resilience and some of, it's important in other ways for them, but I've got a column coming out about that next week, so I won't say much more now.
Okay, that's exciting. It's a good it's like the perfect tease to read Paul's column from next week. What are we expecting in the banking sector for the third quarter?
Well, I guess the key question is, can people carry on, especially investment banking and trading, making as much money as they have done so far this year? And especially the second quarter was incredible for trading. And I think so far the answer, especially in equities where, a lot of the focus has been, looks like it's probably going to be yes. We had this great sort of, deleveraging episode with a lot of AI stocks in Korea and in the US as well, excuse me, in July. And there was some stock price, but markets have recovered quite strongly already. People have traded back into it. And speaking to some of the prime brokers, they have already seen hedge funds re-lever again, take on a lot more borrowed money. The gross leverage, which is sort of the total amount of borrowed money they have, is back up to, people have been telling me it's the high 80s or 90s percentile compared to so averages over 5 years. So it's still very high compared to where it has generally been over the past 5 years, is the message there. And, given that a lot of these investment banks, their trading businesses have been led by the prime brokerage, by the amount that they're lending to hedge funds, and the amount that those guys are trading along with everybody else, that's a good sign for them for this quarter.
And Paul, finally, this week we were waiting for, more news from the Swiss government about what they were doing about these capital requirements, which is really make or break for UBS. Now they've postponed it.
Yeah.
Are there any tea leaves to read into that?
I'm not totally sure. It's not great for UBS. They want certainty as soon as possible. It's only been postponed till the end of the month, but plenty of people there would have wanted more certainty sooner. I guess we'll have to wait and see. But there's other things going on in Switzerland as well. So the Federal Council also this week has put forward a proposal to toughen up some of the regulatory powers. And this was another big problem when Credit Suisse collapsed. The regulator said we could see things were going wrong, but we had no power to intervene and do anything about it. So they're bringing in sort of stronger intervention powers, or they're proposing stronger intervention powers. And they're also proposing something sort of close to what the UK has in what's known as the senior manager regime, which is ensuring that you know who is responsible for each line of business, and then those people having their pay on the line if things go wrong, and you can have clawback and malice and whatever when banks go bad. So there is more stuff coming through already as well.
It's interesting. Paul, thank you so much for joining us. Paul Davies from Bloomberg Opinion. And of course there is that column. Do we know what day your column is out? Tuesday. Monday or Tuesday? I just watch out for all of his columns from Sunday night. Coming up, as a fifth heat wave creeps Europe this summer, the future of forecasting weather could increasingly lie with drones. We'll have more of that story next, and this is Bloomberg. Good morning. This is Bloomberg Daybreak Europe. I'm Lizzie Burden in London, and these are the stories that set your agenda.
Taking you from the U.S. market's close to the overnight session in Asia, we'll walk you through what you need to know to kickstart Europe's trading day. Live from our European headquarters, we bring you the day's top market-moving stories, unmatched expert analysis, and on-the-ground reporting from across the continent. Tune in to Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
At 9:30 a.m., the market tells you what it's really thinking.
We beat the drum to the opening bell.
With deep analysis of the forces driving the price action.
Focusing investors on what really matters.
Where the money flows, which markets are changing.
Conversations with players shaping the narrative.
Innovative growth companies gravitate to NASDAQ.
It's not just like, let's buy the Mag 7 or AI.
That's a really compelling story.
This is where your trading day begins.
And this is Open Interest.
Only on Bloomberg.
Europe is sweltering in the latest wave of extreme heat, with the UK recording its hottest day of the year so far, with the temperature in London reaching 38.1 degrees Celsius yesterday. Well, let's get more from Joe Wertz, our weather and climate reporter. Joe, thank you for joining us. Look, it's definitely been an unprecedented summer. Are we expecting more heat to come?
Well, Europe's going to get a little bit of a break. It looks like the heat wave is going to break this weekend, and next week should be cooler and a bit wetter, which will be good. But still a lot of risks out there for heat to return. And just this week, the fifth major heat wave so far this summer. It's really been unprecedented. Just an unrelenting string of hot, dry conditions, and that's taking a toll. That's really mounting. Drought, and farmers now feeling a lot of pressure.
So, Joe, I mean, do we just need to get used to it? I know, you've been looking at firms who are trying to improve weather forecasts. So tell us about that. Yeah, in a lot of ways, we hear that this is a new normal. But, the world, Europe, the U.S., a lot of places are increasingly tied to the weather. And a lot of that has to do with things like renewable energy, wind and solar. The way we get electricity is more and more powered by the weather. And we've interviewed some folks at a Swiss firm that are using drones to capture more data in the atmosphere, and hopefully, the idea is that'll make better weather forecasts, so that these firms and utilities can get a more accurate picture of supply and demand and meet that need. And it's a big opportunity for trading firms too to get an edge on a potentially profitable edge on predicting those changes. So a lot of attention now focused on predicting these extremes, both as the weather is changing and as our reliance on weather-based systems is growing. So how valuable, first of all, is this data collected by drones?
Yeah,
and you actually went to see it for yourself.
Yeah, I went to see it for myself. They're testing it in Oklahoma, where I went, and also Norway, Germany, Switzerland. They're saying it could be potentially very valuable. The Norwegian military has found big use of this for military exercises there. The weather in Norway changes quickly and is hard to predict. Things like icing for aircraft and snow cover. And energy traders say this data could be incredibly useful too. The idea would be maybe they could fly these drones upwind of a wind park, and that would tell them better what the forecasted wind conditions are going to be downstream.
So, I mean, for us mortals, it's a game changer because it stays up in the air and it sees patterns, or because you can fly them. Like, why are they so incredible? Right. Well,
the big gains are to be made in this layer of atmosphere near the ground called the boundary layer. Okay. And this is just a few kilometers up, and this is the layer closest to us, which is oddly not well observed and not much data there. So they would fly these drones and collect data in this part of the atmosphere, and that would add data to these weather models, and increasingly these AI models that need a lot of data, and those models are really only as good as the data that goes into them. So more data, more frequent data, better data could turn into more accurate weather forecasts, particularly in the 48, 72-hour, couple days ahead, highly variable time. That's when the clouds can shift a lot, change the amount of sun hitting a solar panel, winds can shift
and change the wind hitting a wind farm, and that's a big deal in the energy space.
Joe, thank you so much for joining us.
You bet.
It's so
Thank
interesting.
you.
Joe Wirtz there with the very latest on heat waves and climate. Now, lower oil prices and tame producer price data have prompted traders to pare back Fed rate hike bets. They now see a roughly 35% chance of a move in September from about 50% earlier this week. So let's bring in Ven Ram, cross-asset strategist at Bloomberg MLive. Ven, another softer than expected inflation print yesterday. Fed hike bets actually easing further. So is a September hike now completely off the cards?
I would definitely think so, Francine, because, this Fed has already lacked conviction that they need to be raising rates at an urgent pace. And now we've had the recent soft patch of data, the inflation numbers that you mentioned, plus, if you rewind back to last week, we had the jobs data that showed a pronounced lean patch over the 2-month period. So the Fed was already convinced that they needn't put up rates at a fast pace. So with this inflation and the jobs data print, they've got some more excuse to hold off fire. So I think that the market pricing is absolutely right. I don't expect them to be raising rates in September.
Then we also saw that U.S. government selling 30-year bonds at the highest interest rate in a quarter of a century. So is there any sign, actually, that the U.S. could start to get long-term yields under control?
Well, they're desperately trying, but I don't think any of those measures are working because, what investors want to see is inflation control and deficit control, and we are not getting progress on either count. If you look at the long-dated treasuries, Francine, this quarter, their yields have blown away. And much of that has been driven by higher term premiums as opposed to other factors. Now, that tells us that investors are adding a risk premium for the fact that inflation is running unchecked from target. I mean, we seem to have moved from a 2% inflation target to a de facto 3% inflation target. So I think that investors have cottoned onto that theme that the Fed is not going to be showing any alacrity in getting inflation down to target. So they're thinking, okay, if you're in a perma 3% inflation world, then what does it mean for risk compensation? And what does it mean? And add to those the deficit concerns. Neither of those concerns are going away. So I think that this term premium is going to stay, and which means that yields are going to stay elevated for longer at the longer maturities of the curve.
So interesting. Ven, thank you so much. Ven Ram there from our Bloomberg MLive team. And then, of course, the other one we need to really watch out for is everything to do with yen. Now, stocks, look, they're churning a bit. Bond yields, if you look at bond yields, they're a little bit higher. Again, these U.S. economic threats against Iran are sparking a fresh advance in crude oil prices. These are the latest concerns across the board in the Middle East, offsetting a comeback in AI trade that's helped put the S&P 500 on track for its third weekly gain in a row. Up next, Bloomberg Brief.
The trading day is about to start.
And you're already looking for that edge.
The opening trade brings you everything you need to know as markets open across Europe.
I'm Guy Johnson.
I'm Anna Edwards.
And I'm Tom McKenzie.
This is your opening trade.
Only on Bloomberg.
You're going to see disruption in certain job functions. I don't see how that's not possible. And I don't see how anybody can look people in the eye and say that's not possible.
What percentage of customer service gets displaced?
It could be a large percentage of customer service. I think that function, I forgot my password, what's my billing amount? Those are all simple and easy things for an agent to go do. Like what we're seeing in our customer service right now is the rote stuff can be done by agents. More complex is a combination of an agent and a human working hand in hand to be able to satisfy that customer much better than either of them could do alone. And so I think you'll see all of those things happen, but I'm going to lean heavy, as I think all of my colleagues will, all the Fortune 100 will lean heavy on AI. You cannot be a part of this age without understanding the technological revolution. We have a responsibility to put serious money resource and effort into training not just our employees, not just people that are impacted, but the communities we serve as well, because that's the age we live in.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Murray.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Raffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg.
Good morning, how are you doing? 5 a.m. in New York, it is 10 a.m. in London. Good morning, I'm Guy Johnson, in of course for Vonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Let's set you up for the day ahead. US stocks notched a fresh record high Thursday as the latest read on inflation dampened rate hike bets. Retail sales, UMich consumer sentiment data are up next. E-minis pretty flat right now. Crude, though, is bouncing back. This as Treasury Secretary Bessent readies what's been called an unprecedented economic isolation plan for Iran. And Washington targets Beijing with 100% tariffs on imported drones. Okay, you're up to what you need to know. Let's talk about where we are with these markets. I'm going to take you around the world. Here's Winnie Su in Hong Kong for the latest on Asia.
Yeah, good morning, Guy. Happy Friday. Now, we had a pretty decent week in Asia with the Asian stocks, MSCI Asia, in fact, up about 2.6% this week, having its best week in about 2 months. Overall, the sentiment is supported by easing concerns around the Federal Reserve to raise rates, but also memory stocks being supported by those bullish outlook from SanDisk. And you can see Kospi here up about 2.4%, leading gains in Asia. We are also observing the foreign inflows this week reaching the highest level since April. So really, we are seeing foreign investors coming back into the Korean market. Now, we are also seeing Japanese yen here edging just slightly higher, moving away from that 160 level against the dollar as investors continue to bet that the Bank of Japan will have to raise rates earlier. Now, flipboard, we take a look at where the weakness really is, still in those tech stocks in Hong Kong, specifically HS Tech having its worst week in about 2 months, but also the declines really being led by JD.com that logged its very first quarterly sales loss due to the weak domestic demand. But we do have Meituan announcing its earnings as well later today, so we will take a very close look on that as well.
Great stuff. Thank you very much indeed. Justina's here with a look at what we are watching in Europe.
Good morning, Guy. Now, it's a quiet Friday for what's been a really quiet week in Europe. The Stoxx Europe 600 is down a little bit today, dragged down by some of those mining names, but we're seeing big gains in software stocks today after the U.S. HR software maker Workday reportedly got a bid in the U.S. Now, looking at currencies here, generally it's a day of broad dollar weakness, so we're seeing some strength, particularly in the pound here before U.S. retail sales data later today. And in terms of bonds, we're seeing generally big gains in some of those bond yields, kind of underperforming treasuries with kind of oil rising again. And now if we flip the board here, we got some pretty good economic numbers out of Switzerland today, with the GDP growth beating every single analyst estimate, rising at the fastest pace since 2021. But what's been interesting is that the Swiss franc has actually been depreciating lately, with this cross rate against the euro at the weakest since late 2025. And the Swiss National Bank has reportedly, been thinking of not raising rates until the end of 2027. So it'll be interesting to see whether that changes and whether this trend in the exchange rate starts to turn.
Okay, Justina, great stuff. Thank you. Let's talk a little bit about where we are in the United States. Big day yesterday, fresh records. This morning, futures are fairly flat. You can see that with the minis, NASDAQ futures also fairly flat. The buck's under a little bit of pressure. Now, that's unsurprising given what we're seeing in terms of the data. It is maybe turning down the idea that the Fed will need to raise rates, and that is negative for the dollar. The action yesterday also in the bond market. Let's take a look at 10s and 30s. This is the picture there. In some ways, it's the front end that's responding to the Fed. It's the 30-year, though, that is fascinating right now. It is responding to this competition for capital, which is really beginning to ramp up right now. And we saw evidence of that yesterday. 2001 was the last time we saw the US having to pay this kind of money to get a 30-year away. That is where we are this morning. Brent crude's up another 1%. We're going to get some action apparently next week from Scott Bessent. We're going to shift from Hegseth to Bessent as we see economic war being the new front when it comes to Iran. Okay, you're up to speed with the markets. Let's talk about what is going to be coming up over the next hour. Stephanie Guild of Robinhood is going to be joining us to look ahead. Got plenty of data out today. You got UMich out a little bit later on. I'm fascinated to see what retail sales is going to tell us as well. All of this, of course, in the context as we work our way towards Jackson Hole. Looking forward to that. Let's talk about tech, though, because, again, as ever, there's a lot of news there that we need to dig into. Sources telling Bloomberg that OpenAI is now on track to double its annualized revenues. That's year over year, topping 40 billion. That's the number we're now looking at. This comes ahead of the company's plans, of course, for a Wall Street debut, an IPO. Joining us now to discuss, Matt Bloxham of Bloomberg Intelligence. If I wanted to IPO, I would boost my revenue. Is that what we're seeing here? Is this kind of IPO, is this setting up an IPO, or is this is a company that is expanding very rapidly?
I think it's more the latter. I mean, clearly there is, but you want to present yourself in the best possible light for an IPO. I think there's a distinction there. Some companies definitely kind of really push things aggressively, perhaps creating an unsustainable picture of their business. I think for OpenAI, a bit like Anthropic, it's a bit different. They are building the business. I think, though, OpenAI has had to kind of turbocharge its development path this year because it's been overtaken by Anthropic. And the difference there has been this focus on enterprise, so corporate customers, which has always been Anthropic's focus, and that's really delivered great revenue momentum for them. Yesterday we were hearing that they're going to exit this 2026 with $100 billion to $120 billion of annualized revenue, so 3 times this $40 billion number. And so I think OpenAI has had to kind of really accelerate its pivot into enterprise because that's where the revenue growth opportunity is. Historically,
is it behind in that space? So you're saying basically it's behind. Does that mean it's behind when it comes to the IPO? Is that the sequencing we're now looking at?
Yeah, I'd say probably at the beginning of the year would have said it's going to be OpenAI first and then Anthropic, and that's flipped. I think that the smart money, I think right now would be on Anthropic coming first and OpenAI following.
Competition is coming as well. In the form of the Chinese models. You got another one, ZAI, out this morning saying it's going to rival what we're getting from OpenAI, what we're getting from Anthropic. I'm assuming the cost is lower in terms of what I as a consumer, I as a corporate will end up paying.
Yeah, absolutely. Although, even in China, we're seeing upward movement on pricing with the DeepSeek, quite substantial kind of 4 times increases in pricing. But overall, a combination of lower pricing and also the fact that these Chinese models are typically open source. And that's some of the news we're hearing today with the ZAI model is that within the next couple of weeks for their most advanced model, all of the weights that drive these models will become open. And that's the real big differentiation between the likes of Anthropic and OpenAI is this concept of closed versus open. And I think that for a lot of more sophisticated clients, being able to kind of tailor the model to your own specific applications is important.
You bring up the pricing shift that we're beginning to see in China. Is it a bit more nuanced than that? Is it basically them trying to push users to underutilize points in the day? Is this basically sort of dynamic pricing being put in place to even out the load?
Yeah, I think there is an element of that, and we saw with the DeepSeek pricing that there's this distinction now between peak and off-peak and trying to kind of shift some of that less urgent workload into cheaper times of the day from an energy consumption perspective. You know, I guess it's classic energy consumption behavior. But I think that there's another kind of angle to this is, all of these companies, although a lot of the focus is on their most advanced frontier models, they all have a big stack of models that target different types of customer, particularly around price sensitivity. And so whilst there's a lot of focus on, the relative kind of cost of like DeepSeek versus kind of Fable, for example, actually, further down the track, there's a lot more cheaper models. So even with an OpenAI or an Anthropic, there are much more price competitive models if you're prepared to accept lower performance. And in some situations, lower performance is totally fine.
Just pick and choose.
Yeah.
Matt, great to see you. We'll be back a little bit later. Matt Bloxham on the latest tech stories. Over in Washington, the Trump administration apparently is imposing tariffs on up to 100% on imported drones and their components. The move further raising US-China tensions ahead of President Trump and President Xi's summit, which is coming up this fall. Shares of some of the drone makers are higher in pre-market trading in the United States on the back of this announcement, as you can see on the screen. Ros Matheson joins us now to talk about this. Ros, what's the objective here?
Well, it's really, in a way, part of a pattern about setting the table on either side into this meeting between Xi Jinping and Donald Trump. So you're seeing these series of tit-for-tat actions that are happening in key sectors, of course, including tech, drones, and the solar sector more recently as well. But it's in a way about putting out their stalls on either side ahead of this meeting versus tipping things back into a full-blown trade conflict. So Donald Trump has an incentive to show the American people that he's being tough going into that meeting. Xi Jinping has the similar incentive at home, but equally they can't afford to have a resumption of a full-blown trade conflict on either side. So it's really about setting the table for that, taking these actions against each other in that long list of sectors that we've seen in recent weeks, but avoiding things going too far in the wrong direction.
Ros, next week, life's going to get interesting, though, even more interesting. We apparently have the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, announcing his economic isolation plan for Iran. Now, it would be hard to economically isolate Iran without in some way involving China. How's that going to work, and is it further going to raise tension?
Well, it's going to be really interesting to see the details of that economic isolation plan, because so far the efforts to isolate Iran haven't really succeeded. The regime has many, many years of the ability to withstand sanctions and other financial and economic pressure. They've shown they can do that. So it's a bit unclear what's left in the cupboard at this point to pressure Iran. And of course, efforts to get China to lean on Iran haven't been particularly successful either. But as you say, there is that element of the economic relationship between Iran and China. And like other countries, China has been hit by the shortages of energy given the partial closure, the full closure, the temporary closure of the Strait of Hormuz that we've seen periodically in recent months. And that's impacted China like it's impacted other countries, and obviously reliant on Iran to some extent there. They're like others seeking to diversify as well, but there would be an impact potentially on China, at least at the margins economically, from all of this. Again, the question is, how does China view all of that? Do they see that as something that's irritating, but not something that they really want to see upend the broader relationship with the US when it comes to trade questions? Probably. They're pretty good at compartmentalizing in China, and so they might see it as something like that. But really, the devil's going to be in the details of that plan to see just how much it might impact China economically.
We look forward to the details next week. Ros, thanks for the update. Really appreciate it. And the analysis, Ros Matheson. We're going to get that announcement, we understand, from the Treasury Secretary next week. Talking of the Treasury, let's turn our attention to what happened with this 30-year auction that we saw yesterday, drawing the highest yield in 25 years. Demand was actually okay, but the yield was pushed higher. Let's talk about the implications of this and what it tells us as well. Bloomberg Scarlett Montgomery-Koenig joining me now. Good morning. Good morning again. Why yields higher? This doesn't feel like it's about inflation. This feels like we're now in a battle for capital.
I mean, is it not just like a bunch of negative stuff coming together? In terms
of
this week, we also had the announcement that the U.S. deficit was the largest on record in July. So, like, yes, it's the fact that you've got deficits increasing, and the U.S. is a net debtor that relies on foreign inflows. And the Dallas Fed that says that for every 1% increase you get in deficit GDP, it's a 16 basis point increase on the long end. You've also got yields being pushed up by the fact that you've got demand for capital rising, and the supply shocks add to all of that, right? Because it means you want greater compensation for that risk, because bonds aren't insulating you from the fact that equities sell off, because growth is under pressure, and you have more economic uncertainty. That means inflation's more volatile.
Let's turn to the front end. We're trying to figure out what the Fed's going to do. It feels like we're dialing that down a little bit right now. We've got some data coming out a little bit later on. UMich data is going to be coming out. We've also got retail sales coming out. What is that going to tell us, and how's that going to inform this debate further?
The retail sales print is especially important in the U.S. versus other places because 70% of the U.S. economy is consumption. So whether we get a read on that in a positive way can tell you whether or not you should be worried about how wages are feeding into the economy from an inflationary perspective. What I will say is the data that we've gotten so far in the past couple of months shifts dovish, right? We've had 2 softer CPI prints. We had PPI yesterday, and that was very much on the dovish side. I think the issue is inflation's been above target in the U.S. for so long now. The Fed needs to kind of have its inflation fighting credibility validated. And yes, it's come down, but you're still above 3%. So you can't get rid of that hike that's very much priced for this year. And the question is just, is it a one and done that's not really necessary? Or do we have the data turn enough that it's not required at all?
Yeah. And there's other factors which could come down the pike towards us in terms of pushing inflation the other direction as well. Look at what is happening with the weather and food prices. Scarlett, thank you very much indeed. Scarlett Montgomery-Koenig joining us on what we saw yesterday with that 30-year and what it tells us about where we go next in terms of A, inflation, and B, this competition for capital. Right, let's talk about some of the other top stories that are trending on the terminal this Friday morning. First up, the US will soon announce what it's described as unprecedented economic measures against Iran. We think this is going to happen next week. It is, of course, in an effort to force Tehran's capitulation after almost 6 months of war. Speaking to Newsmax, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the move will be part of a, quote, 1-2 punch that includes the continued blockade of Iran's ports. Up next, Citadel is requiring non-compete agreements of as long as 2 years for investing staff, including some analysts, to prevent employees from defecting to rivals. Citadel's terms are ranking other firms, with one founder calling the lengthy analyst sit-outs predatory and an abuse of leverage over young people. And here in the UK, Reform UK leader Nigel Farage has won a special election in the seat of Clacton in the southeast of England. Now, Farage took more than 22,000 votes, a winning margin of nearly 13,000, over the second-place candidate, Count Binface, who has a bin on his head. The special election was triggered by Farage as he sought to defuse a parliamentary standards investigation, which we understand this morning has been reinstituted. Okay. What have we got coming up for you? We're going to be talking more about what's happening with these markets. We'll get back to that in just a second. And we'll talk about the Wall Street week that's coming up later this Friday. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Murray.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini.
We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Guerrero.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Raffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream. U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Friday the 14th, good morning, 18 minutes past the hour. You're watching Bloomberg Brief. I'm Guy Johnson in London. Let's talk about what is happening with global shipping. The closing of the Strait of Hormuz has reminded the world that geography creates a handful of points around the globe that can wreak havoc when it comes to commerce if they are cut off. Wall Street Week took a look at one massive project Mexico is undertaking to try and create an alternative to one of the world's most famous waterways.
We're standing at the terminal for the train ship here at Coatzacoalcos. This is the only one in Latin America, and it's become a very important service here.
This port in Coatzacoalcos is one end of the so-called dry canal cutting across Mexico, a combination of rail and road connecting the Pacific Ocean to the Gulf of Mexico.
I've seen it described online as a competitor to the Panama Canal. Do you see it that way?
Of course not. No, I mean, the corridor is just an alternative. For some industries or for some companies, the corridor will be a better alternative at some point. And some of the times, you're going to use just the Panama Canal. At the beginning, it was offering service only for all the oil and derivatives industry. But today, with the growth of the rail service here at the south of Mexico, companies located at the very south of Mexico are considering to use also this service to get to Florida or even to New York.
And that need for alternatives is rising as supply chain choke points become a recurring feature in the world today.
We were used in an environment where choke points were considered, I would say, secure of access, reasonably accessible, but now it seems to be more and more uncertain in certain areas. When these strategic location gets disrupted, it creates significant, you could say, domino effect on international trade, either by limiting, you could say, opportunities, accessibility to key resources and markets, or most of the time imposing substantial deviations over long distances, which creates stress on global supply chains.
Okay, let's talk about these choke points a little bit more. Bloomberg Wall Street Week's Simon Hampton joins us around the desk. Is this a genuine alternative? There are choke points everywhere, and they're emerging as a serious risk. Others are now trying to figure out how you get round them. The UAE is trying to do it in the Gulf. Talk to me about this Mexico option and whether or not is this a genuine alternative, and are people beginning to increasingly see it that way?
I think eventually they want it to be a genuine alternative. I don't think it's there yet. I think it is still an emergency option. They saw in 2023 when the Panama Canal was closed, a lot of companies went to the Mexico corridor to see what they could handle. So they got a lot of interest then. They're still working on a lot of interest, on bringing the interest up at the moment. But you have to remember, the Panama Canal moves around 20 million containers every year. The most optimistic forecasts for Mexico's new trade corridor have it moving around 1.5 million containers by 2035. So it's still much smaller than the Panama Canal. And it takes a long time for global trade routes to be significantly restructured. So I think initially it's going to be an emergency option, but I think Mexico sees it 10, 20, 30 years down the line, it can become a genuine alternative.
There's lots of these things beginning to kind of emerge around the world. Fascinating, a great piece. We're looking forward to watching it a little bit later on. Bloomberg's Simon Hampton, thank you very much indeed. You want to watch it? You can do so. Wall Street Week tonight, 6 p.m. in New York. Stay up late in London. 11 p.m. is when you'll be able to watch that. Coming up, President Trump expanding capabilities to combat transnational cyber-enabled crime. More on that and a look at what else is making the front pages. We'll do that next. This is Bloomberg.
Western countries, all of them are cutting funding to Africa. And some of these programs were supported by funding coming from Western countries, like for human resources, for testing, for transportation of samples. And suddenly, African countries have to think how to fund money and to cover this gap. But it takes some time. And I think the combination of all of these factors are fueling this mistrust that we see at community level. We value the support we got and we are still getting from the US. And we think that if we continue to work together, and there is no reason for the US not to work with Africa CDC. Africa CDC is the leader in terms of public health in Africa.
Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten, and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting, rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
Okay, let's give you some front page news. This is the one I picked. The New York Times leading with the Trump administration in listing private companies to conduct cyber attacks on foreign criminals. It's a major policy shift that experts say could come with some big legal risk for these companies. Up next, Stephanie Gills from Robinhood is going to be joining us. We'll get back to the markets. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
mind being called an ideological lunatic or a bunch of left-wing nut jobs?
You know, I've been called worse things than that.
You'd think she owned the place.
23andMe, I think, is so incredibly valuable. We're coming back.
It had that kind of detective story feel to it, you know, when you're hot on the trail of something, you know that it's very exciting.
What magazines were you reading as a kid?
I don't think I was reading magazines until I was in them.
You are on the cover of all of these.
Oh, and there's many, many more, but we just don't have time.
Why should people trust you?
I don't think anybody should trust any company or entity completely with any of this.
It's very uncomfortable. Artificial intelligence is this force that is far bigger than we are.
I want to build better businesses around these brands.
The shock will never wear off.
So you're a brother and sister running one of the most powerful companies in the world. When you argue, who wins?
No one. The way I could see AI being banned or blocked is if something really went wrong. And if something really went wrong, then maybe it deserves to be.
So is it Paradise Ahead or Gattaca?
Maybe somewhere in the middle.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything. Get your fixed income fix. Watch Bloomberg Real Yield around the world right here on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Morning, welcome back. Approaching 5:30 a.m. in New York, 10:30 a.m. here in London. I'm Guy Johnson. I'm in for Vonnie Quinn with your Bloomberg Brief. Okay, let's get things set up. Let's check in on where we are with these markets. U.S. stocks notching fresh record highs Thursday as the latest read on inflation dampened rate hike bets. Retail sales, UMich out later. Looking forward to that. Even he's fairly flat right now. Crude bouncing back. This as Treasury Secretary Bessent readies what's being described as an unprecedented economic isolation plan for Iran. And Washington targeting Beijing with 100% tariffs on imported drones. Okay, let's get back to these markets, check in on where we are. S&P futures, nothing to see here. NASDAQ futures a little firmer. Keep an eye on AMAT today. We'll come back to AMAT a little bit later on. The dollar's down as well. Unsurprising given the fact that what we're seeing here is basically a dialing down of expectations surrounding the Fed. You got that yesterday on the back of the data, and we're continuing to see it. We'll watch the retail sales number and the UMich data a little bit later on. In terms of what we're getting elsewhere, keep an eye on what is happening in the bond market. Bond market's getting super interesting right now, folks. Look, you've got a 10-year yield at 4.65. Are we going to track towards 5? You've already got 5 on a US 30-year. Now, yesterday's auction was fascinating, well supported, but we haven't seen this kind of yield number since 2001. The competition for capital is starting to get brutal. Are we going to see crowding out? What effect will that have? Crude's up, but beginning to fade a little bit right now. We were up much more earlier on in the European session. We're only up by around 0.5% right now. Let's talk about some of the stocks you want to be watching and paying attention to. AMAT is definitely on deck this morning. The numbers yesterday look good, but this stock has had a great run into these figures. The estimate beating forecast with revenue approximately 10.3 billion in the fiscal fourth quarter. And it did it, but the problem is, though, expectations were high. Drone makers are up as well. The reason you're getting a pretty big boost from President Trump talking about tariffs coming through on imported drones, 100% levies on imported drones, plus also components. The idea definitely here that we're seeing the US targeting China. And Reddit shares are jumping. The social media company announcing its stock is set for S&P index inclusion. I think it's, no, it is, just before we get the opening trade on August the 18th. So that's going to have, obviously, a pretty big sort of effect as we see so much index tracking right now. Look at the stock reacting to that, 12.6% to the upside. So we're just under 3 hours until we get US retail sales. You got UMich data coming out a little bit later on as well. That's going to be an interesting indicator in terms of how embedded expectations are for inflation. We're getting signs, though, from the data that we are, at least short-term, getting some cooling in the inflation data. You've certainly seen that in the latest numbers. You've also got, it looks like the oil trade beginning to calm down a little bit. We're through the bulk of the earnings season. It went pretty well. Stephanie Guild, CIO of Robinhood, joining us now to discuss all of this. Good morning, Stephanie. Thanks for getting up early. Look, we seem to be in a situation where actually the big risks that we were worrying about a few weeks ago, they're behind us now. So is it risk on? Can we re-lever? The momentum trade delevered pretty hard as well. Are we going to see that re-leveraging, and is that going to push equities higher from here?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think you summarized it very well. I did a deep dive. I was just thinking about like the situational awareness, hedge fund blow up. This has happened several times in history. It happens when, as you said, leverage builds up and a trade gets pretty crowded. And then when that ends, everyone exits the same door. And that's a clearing event. And I do think we're in that situation. And I think we're a little bit more like, because if you look at the last couple of situations, it was an ominous sign where very soon after that, things started to get worse. But I think in 1998 with long-term capital management, it was kind of more of a clearing event, and the markets were up another 35% from there. And we had another year and a half before things started getting a little bit dodgy after that. But I think this market is also I've been kind of thinking about how intelligence it's kind of quantitative intelligence. The tech firms, the largest tech firms, are funding and providing capital for an expansion of intelligence, and I do think that speeds up the markets hugely. And so I think you'll have more of this where you have like a building of leverage, a building of the markets, and then a clearing event, and then we move on. And I think all of that will be much faster rather than, let's say, the couple of years after long-term capital management where it was sort of 2 years of doldrums in the market.
Okay. Those clearing events, do they get bigger? What amplitude are we talking about here? Obviously, after 2000, we saw a big drop, but it happened over a reasonably kind of elongated period of time. Are you suggesting that when we do get these drawdowns, they're very short and you have to catch them? Say you got a 2000-like drop, how quickly could the market come back off that?
Yeah, I think it comes back much quicker. I mean, there were obviously extenuating circumstances at that time, related to conflict and the terrible things that happened here in New York in 2001. But I think you do have faster jump backs. I think information, it comes back so much faster. I mean, we thought the internet age would bring information to us more quickly. I think in this case, it's 10x that now. And so I do think you have shorter time periods where we have drawdowns, and that either means you stay invested through it and you just bear the volatility, or you just have to really watch when you think things are getting too high. I mean, I remember back in June, I just thought like this is getting a little crazy with all the ramp up in leverage ETFs and the multi-asset hedge funds taking lots of leverage.
Do you think it's an interesting question as to whether or not how do you deal with that? How big could a drop down be? So post 29, it took years, decades to come back. 2000, it took a couple of years. 2008, the timeline was even shorter. How is it months? Is it weeks? Is it days? And how brutal could the drop down be if we're assuming that on the other side of it there is this bounce? As you say, people are going to stay invested. So do we not get big drop downs? If I think that the market's going to come back, I don't disinvest, I don't sell, I don't panic. So do you ever get these big drops that we've seen in prior history?
Yeah, I mean, it's a good question. I think you can, because if they're deep enough, I think you scare enough people, and then you do have a pullback. And part of this is because trades can get crowded. And so everyone ends up like a lot of the quantitative funds. I think, again, with quantitative intelligence, you have a lot of agents. And if they all start seeing the same thing, then you end up getting a lot more the same sales coming through. And so that ends up having like maybe a deep drop down. I don't think that you can't have a bear market, but I do think these kinds of things can recover more like a time period, perhaps in 2022, where we had a bear market, but we started recovering. You know, that was kind of a summer of a bear market, and we started recovering in November. So that was a few months, and that's what I think you end up having. And because it's not just players in the market like long-term holders. You know, we've got lots of different players now in the market.
Near term, though, are we going to... we're into the kind of really quiet period of the summer. Michael Hartnett, B of A, is out with a line this morning. He just expects markets to rip higher. What does a rip higher look like for you?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I still think there's a skepticism in the market, and you can kind of see it when you look at like valuations. You know, you've seen earnings growth expectations double for 2026, and I know we look a little further than that, and 2027 hasn't really moved. But you know, you've also seen with the doubling of earnings growth expectations, valuations have actually dropped 2 turns for the S&P anyway. And so I think you still have some people who are a little bit like, oh, this is, you know, and you've seen it in some of the earnings. You can see like AMAT, right? Like that's one of them. And you see like people are skeptical of the returns for CapEx, and that I think it's fair. And I think that skepticism allows the market actually to continue to rip. Okay. The one concern obviously I have is interest rates, and the fact that we have so much supply of that. You do have rising supply of debt because the tech companies are becoming banks. And then, you know, it's not without risk. And so that's something you have to watch. Yeah. But
tech companies becoming banks sounds like
going higher.
Tech companies becoming banks sounds like a definitely risky phenomenon. But what you're speaking to is this idea that we've now got this kind of competition for capital, and it's hotting up. The government obviously has a lot of debt to issue. AI companies have a lot of debt to issue. Tech companies are becoming banks. We talked about what was obviously happening with NVIDIA earlier on this week. What does that competition for capital mean? Where does it show up? Who's going to suffer? Who's going to win?
I do think, I mean, that's why treasury yields are going higher, I think. And even though we have good growth, right, like generally across the upper end of the economy, and so that's going to support higher rates, I do think that is one of the big risks, that you could end up seeing like the 10-year going beyond 5%. And that could end up, you know, kind of curtailing, keeping interest, or I'd say valuations lower, and having just kind of a short-term reaction to that. And that also has an impact on how fast the build-out for AI can happen. I think you end up having also from that, you know, a lot of private credit build-up, which I know was a risk kind of earlier this year that people were talking about, and I don't think that's gone away. But I think that's why you could have these, you know, kind of parabolic moves in the market, and then speed crashes, and that becomes a clearing event, and things move on. So I definitely think players in the market, especially the everyday investor, has to be more used to higher volatility.
Getting used to higher volatility, that sounds tough. Stephanie, thanks for getting up early on a Friday. Hope the rest of the day goes well. Stephanie Guild of Robinhood, thank you very much indeed. Now to some of the other top stories trending on the terminal this morning. First up, the US has sent a document to NATO members asking questions to gauge support for Donald Trump's policies, including whether countries have been, quote, publicly supportive of US foreign policy. NATO allies have balked at the move, seeing it as an attempt to strong-arm them into ideological alignment in exchange for US protection. As we were just talking about, Bank of America's Michael Hartnett sees a Republican Senate win fueling a stock rally. Success in the midterm elections for the Republicans and the Texas gubernatorial contest would be particularly positive for artificial intelligence stocks, the team writes. The note adds that US stocks and volatility have historically risen in the months leading up to the midterms. And Thrive Capital's 2022 early stage venture capital fund has grown to be worth more than $3.7 billion as of the end of June. Net of fees and other charges, of course. The firm is pursuing a minority investment from its original shareholder group and potentially new parties which would sell a stake of Thrive in exchange for investor exposure to all of its entities. Okay, what have we got coming up for you? Oil climbing. We're off our highs, but the US Treasury Secretary making waves. Scott Bessent says the US will step up economic pressure against Iran, and it's going to do so next week. We'll talk about it next. This is Bloomberg.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world, the Dealmaker playbook where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Hello there. Just wanted to say, Primer is back. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions. Software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is like very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake. While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There is a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burke.
I'm Lisa Mateo. And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington. Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
Watch this space for more announcements coming next week, because we are going to apply measures like have never been seen in the history of economic isolation on a country. So it will be a combination of economic isolation like the world has never seen before, and the continued blockade in the Strait of Hormuz that will keep anything from going in or out of the Iranian ports.
Okay, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent in an interview with Newsmax there. The US apparently is preparing economic sanctions to try and force Iran to negotiate. This, of course, after almost 6 months of war. Joining us now from Washington, Liliana Byington of Bloomberg Government. Do we know any details? What does this look like?
Right. We don't know many of the details yet. We know that this is coming next week and that it's going to be economic pressure on Iran, but we don't know the details as of now. What we do know is that Iran has already taken a big hit over the course of the conflict to its industrial capacity, to its crude exports. So it's unclear right now what would force Iran's hand when it comes to additional economic pressure. Obviously, they've already faced heavy sanctions over the course of this conflict, like you mentioned, longer than the administration had expected. And so it's unclear right now what would change that, but the Strait obviously has been and continues to be a sticking point for this conflict.
We've also got news on drones. The Trump administration putting 100% tariffs on drones aimed at China. What's the objective here?
Right. China has dominated the drone market for some time. It's something that Congress and the administration has targeted in recent years, and this is just a further escalation of that. By placing these heavy tariffs on these advanced drones, the administration is hoping to boost American manufacturers Trump has obviously made tariffs a central pillar of his foreign and trade policies. So this is just a continued on that path, and it's further escalating, trying to get up to 100% on imported drones, forcing the hand and kind of forcing the U.S. to not rely on foreign suppliers like China.
Liliana, Jared Kushner is going to be in Israel next week. He's there. We're expecting talks on the Gaza peace plan. Feels like it's stalled right now. Is he going to re-energize it? What are we expecting in terms of progress?
Right. Kushner's been kind of the central person with these Middle East talks this term and the last one. This would be Kushner's first trip to Israel since January. It comes after kind of significant developments with the Israel rejecting the latest proposal, and kind of where we stand now is just this conflict is a lot longer than the administration had hoped, and Kushner's presence there is hoping to kind of change that. Obviously, we don't know yet what's going to come of it, but the White House doesn't want the Israeli elections to stall implementation of the next phase of his plan, and so Kushner's presence there is kind of going to determine whether or not that's the case.
Yep. Upcoming elections, obviously a huge factor there. Liliana, thank you very much indeed. Liliana Byington, Bloomberg Government, joining us out of Washington. Okay, let's turn to the tech story. Back to the tech story. OpenAI, building momentum. An IPO is coming. Bloomberg has learned that the AI giant is on track to generate annualized revenue of over $40 billion, and that doubles last year's performance. Matt Bloxham, Senior Analyst at Bloomberg Intelligence, joining me once again. Is $40 billion a big number?
It's big, but not as big as some of its rivals. I mean, Anthropic went through $47 billion back in May, I think, so they are playing catch-up. And obviously, this revenue figure is incredibly important for an IPO because there's no profit in these companies. And so enterprise value to sales is the multiple on which these values will get struck. That's how deals will get struck. That's how SpaceX happened. It's how Anthropic will go. That's how OpenAI will go. So the bigger the number in the near term and the convincing story behind how that number is going to continue to grow at a rapid rate is hugely important for the multiple they will get.
Let's talk about chips, chip designs, lithography, AMAT. Out with those were good numbers.
Yeah.
But the run-up, I'm assuming, has been good as well.
It has, yeah. Obviously, the shares have come off a little bit in the last month or so. We kind of saw something similar with Cisco. That they kind of thought they were kind of giving a good, positive guide on the contribution of AI to their overall revenue for a revenue number for the next 12 months, which was much, much better than the market expected, and yet disappointment. So I think it is this kind of trade-off between expectations and what's delivered. And as much as the number was a beat, it wasn't a big enough beat to kind of really move people higher. They're kind of always thinking in the back of your head, we penciled in an optimistic number, but really we think they're going to kind of do even better than we've got in our heads, and they didn't quite do that. So in black and white, the business is doing well. Clearly the fundamentals underpinning the business are strong, but it's just that relative expectations.
Is it, to what extent also is there fear now that the Chinese can do some of this stuff, beginning to be able to do some of this stuff? Is that part of the kind of the background narrative there?
I think in some parts of the AI value chain, yes. I think perhaps at the kind of level that the likes of AMAT and SML are, I think, no, there's a bigger kind of development gap, much more at the model and perhaps even at the kind of actual chip end, there's a narrower gap, but they're still heavily reliant on European and US technology for the actual kind of fab stuff.
It seems to me the market's getting a little bit more selective now in tech. Is that your impression as well? Not everything is kind of clicking in the way that it once did. Everything, all boats went up previously. It now feels slightly different to that.
I think that's true, but I think we're going through a number of cycles of that kind of more kind of discerning judgment, if you like. And, I think trades suddenly get crowded very quickly, and then people are looking for the next opportunity. And the AI story is still unfolding. We've still got lots of twists and turns that no one's even really thinking about yet, and that will suddenly create new opportunities. I mean, let's face it, 6 months ago, nobody was probably really thinking that the kind of traditional server market that's helped the likes of Intel in particular would suddenly kind of flourish into life the way it has. And so now you've seen that trade go there are going to be other things that come along that people have kind of overlooked or kind of undervalued, which will come into focus.
And that's why we come and talk to you. Matt, thanks very much indeed. Matt Blogson of Bloomberg Intelligence on the tech trade. Coming up, more data on deck. It's a busy day, actually. Retail sales is going to be interesting. UMich is going to be interesting. We'll talk about it next. This is Bloomberg.
up-to-the-minute geopolitical news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Stephen Engel at Japan's Akasaka Palace in Tokyo, and this is Bloomberg.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia trade.
This is Wall Street Week. Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals. Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television. Bringing you the latest business news wherever and whenever it happens. I'm Scarlett Fu, reporting from America's biggest military shipyard. This is Bloomberg.
Friday the 14th, good morning. This is the Bloomberg Brief. I'm Guy Johnson in London. E-mini's pretty flat right now. What else do you need today? Let's take a look at the day ahead. U.S. retail sales, 8:30 a.m. Eastern. UMich data, University of Michigan consumer sentiment data, 10 a.m. Looking forward to that. Plus, we get a snapshot into some of the closely watched hedge funds. It is 13F filings. Looking forward to seeing what we get Monday on the back of that. Some of the movers you're going to be watching on the market this morning, AMAT is definitely one of them. Applied Materials looks like it's going to open soft this morning despite beating the street. You're going to get a whole bunch of drone-related stocks. Unusual Machines is one of them. It's going to be up on the fact that we're getting 100% tariffs applied to imported Chinese goods. And Reddit looks like it's going to be up. It's going to be entering the S&P on Tuesday morning. Looking forward to that. Macro movers, Brent's up a little bit. The US 30-year remains in focus. Have a great weekend, folks. That's it for Bloomberg Brief. Surveillance is next.
Day one at the Cincinnati Open. Taylor Townsend had to fight back from a set down to get past Camilla Osorio and reach the second round. The American closing out the Colombian 6-3 in the decider. Taylor will have to be at her very best as she faces world number 2, Elena Rybakina, in the second round. And don't forget, you can watch all the action live daily and head on over to tennischannel.com to download the app.
What is Mira Murati's vision for the future?
You know, predicting dystopia or utopia to me feels very, very simplified, because the truth is we actually have a lot of agency in how we build this technology, in the tools that we're building, how we're deploying it. It's not a predestined outcome. There are certainly those risks. We all understand the potential for greatness that comes with building frontier AI systems, and that's why we're working on them. There's been a lot of talk around the uncertainty, around the downsides, and I agree with a lot of these risks. And perhaps where I might disagree or take a different path is that I think we have a lot of agency. Like this period of time where both humans and AI systems have their hands on the wheel and we can collaborate is a very important time to get right. And the more that we can reduce that discontinuity that comes from new capabilities and huge change in capabilities, the better. And this is why we took this approach with Thinking Machines and why the company exists.
Investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Anim, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute global news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Joanna Bersecci in El Ola, Saudi Arabia, and this is Bloomberg.
We have to stay grounded in what we know to be true. We have to stay grounded in the fundamentals.
There really is quite a bit of a tailwind coming for U.S. equities and for the tech, for the growth, for the momentum.
The market right now is really trading off of and queuing off of what's going on in the AI theme.
AI is a place you need to be selective because it's becoming increasingly complex.
At some point, we're going to see some big losers and some winners.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Good morning. Welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. Stocks poised for their third straight week of gains, the longest streak since May, as traders ratchet back their rate hiking expectations. The U.S. consumer in focus now ahead of retail sales, with mixed signals coming from recent earnings, more ahead next week, and a measure of financial conditions easing to the most accommodative in 30 years, with OpenAI and Anthropic actively plotting their IPOs. Some data coming out about just how much money they're making.
Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to OpenAI, they are really basically doubling, and all of this is getting Wall Street excited about their IPOs. After we had that July sell-off, look where we are today in August. It feels like the good times are back. S&P 500 hitting another record. And the data, and Jim Reed talked about this morning in his note, the data yesterday from PPI really cemented this view that the Fed could wait. And when you look at where individuals are pricing about a September rate hike, it's back in June before we heard from Fed Chair Kevin Warsh. Today, retail sales, that's the big catalyst. Will it continue on that data that potentially right now the doves have the weight?
Yeah, the disinflationary nirvana that some people were talking about. You see the market pricing out the chance of a rate hike that is a certainty through the end of the year for the first time, going back to that June meeting. Now just a 92% chance that the Fed is going to hike rates through December. A key question about how long financial conditions can remain this loose, given the fact that you have a lot of IPOs lining up, you've got a lot of financing that are hinging on it, and you have questions about whether this is as good as it gets.
That's what we heard from the head of one of the world's biggest sovereign wealth funds when it comes to Norway this week. Is this as good as potentially it gets? But I go back to what a lot of guests on this program have said, like Ed Yardeni. It's not. Even he's considering maybe he's going to have to, because the earnings are so good, because what analysts are saying, what corporate America is saying about the fabulous earnings momentum, maybe he'd have to even him adjust his price target.
Meanwhile, we are going to have to start talking about midterm elections. They are coming up, and we're seeing an increasing number of analysts start to look at it. We saw Michael Hartnett of Bank of America earlier this morning coming out and saying that actually, if Republicans win, that could be a real positive when it comes to the equity performance. If the Democrats make material gains, you could see as much as a 10% hit, in part due to tighter regulation around data centers and artificial intelligence.
Well, potentially, but also when it comes to things like data centers and artificial intelligence, you have this is a story where the right and the left are actually lining up. This speaks to both individuals that are voting in red states and blue states. No one wants a data center in their backyard. This is going to be a midterm election issue, but this is going to be key for 2028, and this is something that potentially on both sides they're going to agree on.
Well, stocks don't seem to be paying attention to that just yet. Right now, you can see an inflection higher across the board, marking the third straight week of gains for the S&P 500. Should this hold, up 0.1%. NASDAQ 100 futures up 0.2%. Just to note, those shares of the NASDAQ are up almost 20% since the recent low. It gives you a sense almost entering a bull market. In 2s, 10s, and 30s, you do see a little bit of a sell-off after yesterday's rally. A question here about at what point you end up with a pressure point. Yes, we did have the highest yield on a 30-year bond going back to 2001 in yesterday's auction. Nonetheless, it was a pretty decent one with respect to demand, and yields did come in from where they initially were sold. Right now, up about a basis point at the 10-year level, 4.66%, 30-year yields at 5.23%. And yesterday, the story very much was in the crude space. Today, crude maybe not telling as much of a positive story. Crude WTI up about 1%, Brent up 1/3%. Yesterday's declines really helping to fuel the bond rally in the United States. Coming up this hour, Julian Emanuel of Evercore as the S&P 500 hits yet another all-time high. Nick Setien of Mizuho on the parasite eating into fast casual's bottom line. I'm so sorry that we have to go there this morning. And James Athey of Marlboro Investment Management as the U.S. holds the costliest bond sale in 25 years. We begin this hour with stocks holding firm near record highs as tech regains momentum. Julian Emanuel of Evercore writing, even as the long-term trajectory of stocks remains higher, a bear market will happen. AI does not negate the cycle. It has intensified and potentially elongated the upside. Julian joins us now for more. Julian, great to see you. Thank you for being here. So let's start there. There is this feeling, even among bulls, that this is as good as it gets. That's what we heard from Nikolai Tangen of the Norwegian Sovereign Wealth Fund. It sounds like you're kind of in that camp.
So I think this is one of these times where, given the rally that we've had, given the fact that the AI bull market is about to turn 4 years old, you have to just sort of step back and understand that these things have time frames, right? If we've talked about the comparisons with the late 1990s very often, and in the year 1999, prior to this hop in Y2K, you had 100% higher in the NASDAQ, but 4 separate 10% pullbacks at the same time. If you think about this year, we've had this constant push and pull between AI jitters. We just got through AI jitters in July. And then prior to that, concern about geopolitics. And from our point of view, we think that the market, you said it at the top of the show, that financial conditions are as the loosest that they've been this entire century. We're a little bit concerned about that bit of complacency.
There's a different tone to this market also. I was looking at this report from Bespoke Investment Group last night talking about how the S&P 500 has gone the longest stretch of time without an all or nothing type of rally, sort of an everything going in one direction type of rally or sell-off. Which is for the longest period of time in 25 years. I mean, it seems like the sort of pistons firing at different speeds have created a highly unusual market. Is that bound to break down to something more traditional, or is this the new normal?
So incredibly unusual. So unusual that you actually have this enormous cohort of stocks trading inversely to the S&P 500 on a day-to-day basis. We coined the phrase negative beta. It's the highest name count in the index now. It's actually over 100 since 2001. But in our mind, when you look at how this type of bull market progresses, structural tech-driven bull markets, what you do get is in the final stages an all-rise condition, to your point. And if you look at these couple of weeks off of the situational awareness trough, you did have Mag 7, software, and semis all rising together. That has stopped in the last few days, which is part of why we're a bit more cautious coming into September, which is always challenging. But we do think you will get all rise before this cycle is over.
So if you're concerned, what do you do with that? How do you hedge against this?
So there's sort of 3 choices here. Essentially, you can let your cash position build. That dampens the portfolio. You can own optionality. The VIX, well, where are we now? 14 and
Can't
change.
see it.
It's unbelievably low.
But under the hood, it's not.
Under the hood, it's not, because you have this negative beta effect, and you've had, just like enormous moves in individual stocks, both up and down, essentially in the same couple of months. And so for us, index protection is very inexpensive here. You get the Fed, you get the midterms, you get Iran, and frankly, you get, given the fact that a lot of people are viewing this earnings season as good as it gets, and we wouldn't argue with that. The thought might be that that would prompt a correction. Studies show, the work that we've done shows that it prompts more volatility. It doesn't prompt the end of the bull, but it does prompt this concern. And then the last thing is, I would say, this negative beta, it's remarkable, and it's worked well, and there's energy in it, and there's utilities in it, and healthcare, which has made new highs in recent weeks also in it. It really dampens portfolio volatility.
Do you agree with the consensus that the data this week has been so good enough, let's say, not so good, but good enough that the Fed can stay on hold through September?
Well, to be fair, and again, this is one of these perceptions, and which is going to make Jackson Hole very interesting. I don't know who's going to
Lisa
Jackson
gets
Hole,
that
but
one.
there you go.
Got my hiking boots.
This will be interesting because, our call is that they actually will stay on hold in September, but it's not clear to me that what the market is pricing right now is the story that Warsh wants the market to take into the FOMC meeting, as in there's a little bit too much, call it complacency, around the definitive idea that they're not going to hike. So, prediction markets, whatever, the Bloomberg will show, I think we're at about a 30% chance now. We think that's going to nudge higher between now and September 16th, and that's one of the things that might unsettle markets as well.
The game theory of wanting to price in hikes without having to do them and hoping that the market can do the work for you. I do wonder about the idea of rate hikes and why they might be necessary. Beth Hammack has been talking about how they need to act now, and arguably based on some of the complacency that you're talking about with the financial conditions index and the leverage that we've seen build up, some people seem to be getting worried that there is this effervescence in markets that needs to be curtailed. The wings of some of the optimism need to be clipped. Do you see excess leverage starting to build at a time where people haven't had the volatility to sort of naturally wash it out?
Well, again, this has been one of these sort of narratives that the market has been able to digest to this point. Record issuance, okay, against a backdrop of government bond yields rising, which is causing the price of the record issuance to have to rise as well. And this cycle is even more unusual, and I know as a watcher of the credit markets in particular, what's fascinating is that high yield credit is much tighter than investment grade, because we know where all the issuance is coming from. So, our concern, if there was one in particular, would be if the 10-year yield started nudging through 4 3/4 towards 5%, as the 30-year yield has made new cycle highs. If you look back on this bull market, that's when stocks do face a bit more of a challenge.
Just quickly, have you actually reduced your exposure to U.S. equities?
No, well, no, but think about it, right? And this is the problem that long-term investors make constantly. There's a difference between selling and hedging, okay? And look, we have been overweight the technology theme the entirety of this bull market, and it didn't feel very good in March, and it sure as heck didn't feel very good until July the 29th. But part of that is that because it's a higher beta concept and the returns have been outsized, you should spend a little bit of your money hedging when the market seems complacent.
Julian Emanuel, you're going to be sticking with us. We're going to head to Washington, D.C. next. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Yahaira Anand. Yahaira.
Hi, Lisa. The U.S. is preparing for unprecedented economic isolation measures against Iran. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying it's part of a 1-2 punch that includes the continued blockade of Iran's ports. Fitch affirming the U.S. credit rating at AA+, the ratings agency citing the nation's large economy and the dollar status as the top reserve currency. Fitch warning the nation's federal deficit is projected to widen in 2026 due to tax cuts and tariff rebates. And OpenAI is on track to generate more than $40 billion in annual revenue. Sources telling us here at Bloomberg that it's nearly double its run rate from the end of 2025. The company's growth is being driven by AI coding tools, subscriptions, and a small but growing advertising business. That's your Bloomberg Brief, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Yahira. I would like just to point out that Anne-Marie immediately sent me a video of a bear entering an Aspen restaurant to usher me to Jackson Hole.
I saw this video this morning on Twitter.
Yes.
It's at St. Ambrose in Aspen, and I thought of you and John. And I said, this is why John doesn't like Jackson Hole, because of things like this. A bear can come in, not just interrupt your meal, but absolute panic in this restaurant.
Well, that little bear cub looks adorable to me. Up next, Operation Economic Fury.
We went from epic fury to economic fury. We are going to apply measures like have never been seen in the history of economic isolation on a country.
Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us next, plus more with Julian Emanuel of Evercore. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
What is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, get ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
I know, I need to rewire myself that I find these bears
The fact
cute.
that you
It's
think
just
this is cute,
Yes.
I look at this and I'm like, oh my God, maybe I'll never go to Aspen.
Really?
This is scary.
Well, you know that actually there's a story here because the drought has caused a real lack of food and natural habitats. So during their period where they need to eat 10 times as much, they are intruding into human lands. I'm going to stop right now. In markets, you do see a lift to equity futures ahead of the open. This could be the third straight week of gains for the S&P 500, up just 0.1%, but it seems like every day has been just sort of eking up or eking down. In fact, this week has been one of the longest stretches of neither up more than up 1% or down on 1% in a very long time. It's been a very quiet week when it comes to price action. Euro gaining just a touch versus the dollar, 115.55. 10-year yields up just a basis point, 4.65%, and crude inflected higher, 0.6%, still trading around the $81.78. Notable, though, AMH, how you are seeing crude prices about 20% above where they were before the war started.
but distilled products up about 50% from where we were before from the war. So a very different picture here.
Well, that's where the market is incredibly tight. When you look at diesel, gasoline, jet fuel, and the likes. Also, we have seen overnight and this morning, depending on the UK Navy, as well as what ADNOC is saying, that some vessels have been hit. And the Treasury Secretary is coming out and saying it's going to be even worse when it comes to the economic pressure on the regime.
Under surveillance this morning, Operation Economic Fury.
We went from epic fury to economic fury. We are going to apply measures like have never been seen in the history of economic isolation on a country. It will be a combination of economic isolation and the continued blockade in the Strait of Hormuz.
Here's the latest. The White House ramping up pressure on Iran, preparing an unprecedented plan to economically isolate Tehran starting next week. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now from Washington, D.C. Tyler, what do we know about what's different about this economic warfare?
Well, Lisa, at this point, we really are awaiting those further details, though it does mark the administration's latest bid to get Iran to the negotiating table. The U.S. Treasury Secretary went on to say this will be a, quote, 1-2 punch once fully rolled out. We know that Iran's economy has already taken a massive hit, with central bank data showing inflation reaching year over year 77%, though at this point Iran has weathered waves of sanctions. Data cited by Bloomberg News shows that nearly 2,200 new ones have been imposed since 2018, and at this point the limited financial relief that Iran was granted months ago wasn't enough to keep the ceasefire in place. This has in part led our own analysts at Bloomberg Economics to say that a dialing up of the pressure could very likely include targeting Chinese purchases of Iranian crude, though that in and of itself poses risks to the Washington and Beijing truce just about a month away from the Chinese President Xi Jinping visiting here in Washington. Lisa, the Treasury Secretary made very clear that the U.S. will continue to enforce its naval blockade, and we got some of rather optimistic comments, if you will, from the Energy Secretary last night, who says that the U.S.'s ability to escort ships continues to grow. But as Anne-Marie mentioned at the top there, we saw at least 2 UAE state-owned tankers hit while trying to transit through the strait last night.
Tyler, while there is this economic fury that is going to be imposed in the Middle East, there's also a question of tariffs that are as much as 100% on imported drones coming at the same time. This seems to be targeting a different potential country. Can you talk about what the significance of this is?
So, Lisa, this is going to be under Section 232, so that means that it's part of the U.S.'s national security concerns when it comes to drone and their components being imported into the U.S. The statement doesn't explicitly mention China, but when you actually look through the details, it becomes rather evident. Plus, couple that with some recent actions taken by the FCC targeting China's tech exports. Larger drones with military capabilities are going to face up to a 100% tariff, while smaller drones will face a 25% tariff, but it really does matter the country of origin. China is going to pay or face levies of that higher rate, but allied nations that have struck trade deals with the U.S. will be at 15%, the U.K. even at a lower, more preferential 10% rate. Lisa, this also really has to do with the administration trying to bolster the domestic defense industrial base. I had reporting last week, as a person familiar with the matter told me that the U.S. Army is set to purchase at least $400 million worth of counter-drone lasers from the company AeroVironment. I bring that up because it marks the Pentagon's first such purchase contract for that type of weapon.
Tyler Kendall, thank you so much for being with us and the great reporting. Julian Emanuel is still with us. And Julian, I am curious how you're factoring in the escalating tensions in the background, not just with the Middle East, not just with NATO allies, but with China, even though both of them seem to be wanting to keep it on a low boil.
So if you think about it, first of all, the oil price is right now at a level that I think is okay. Our work has shown that really 95 in WTI is the flesh point. And, there's been various times during the year where you've been there and stocks have responded accordingly. But when you think about all of these chess pieces moving, you are reminded that the second half of the year in both of the midterms in the Trump political era, 2022 and 2018, was a time of greater volatility. You had, some market drawdowns, and frankly, again, whether you're announcing the potential for tax rollbacks, as we heard earlier this week, there's a desire to keep things moving forward into the midterms, but it is almost naturally going to be a time of heightened volatility with this complacency that we discussed as the backdrop right now.
Lisa brought it up earlier in the program about what potentially it can look like after the midterm elections if the Democrats take over. I just see more gridlock. Do you actually think we could see a material change in financial markets?
You're going to have a knee-jerk reaction in all likelihood, either way. And frankly, we'd probably fade it, particularly if there was a perceived sell-off with a divided government outcome. That in our mind would be a buying opportunity. And what's interesting is you think about the narrative around AI, you can actually make the argument that heightened government scrutiny of data centers and so on might elongate the cycle, as we talked about at the top of the show, and impose a greater capital discipline that, again, maybe at the margin, takes a little bit of the pressure off of the need to raise more debt. So these things can work in both ways.
Speaking of debt, were you nervous about yesterday's 30-year auction?
I don't see how, why you wouldn't be. It's one thing, the 30-year is clearly not the benchmark. It is, it's just a maturity. The 10-year has been the benchmark for decades now. But if you look around and you look at the rest of global bond markets, they're all making cycle highs in terms of yield at the same time that we made 30-year highs, and at the same time that the Japanese government is seemingly now getting on board with rate hikes. That's pressure everywhere.
Just 30 seconds. Why hasn't that had a bigger hit to stocks?
Because basically, the earnings power of the AI revolution is incredibly profound. At the beginning of the year, we suggested that a bubble-type level could be 9,000 that we think we'd see at the end of the cycle. We still think we're going to get there, but think about what's happened to earnings in that time. That's no longer a bubble. That's just, high valuations.
Actually, it brings multiples down based on where earnings have gone.
Exactly.
Joy Emanuel of Evercore, always a treat to speak with you. Thank you so much for being with us as we do count down to the last trading session of this week, potentially the third straight week of gains as people gain confidence that maybe the Fed will not be in the mix when it comes to September, also aided by a little bit of softening, at least in the expectations of a conflagration in the Middle East.
Right, except potentially you can't write that one home as potentially being a long one to put your money in, because overnight Treasury Secretary is going to be economic fury times 2.
In the meantime, we're going to look ahead to retail sales and why people are not buying salad. We're going to speak with Nick Setyan of Mizuho on the economic fallout from some situations with the salad.
Hi there, my name is Larry Satie. Welcome to Tenant to Go, the calm way to manage tenant.
Today's CFOs are reshaping the C-suite. Bloomberg's Chief Future Officer shines a spotlight on these dynamic leaders.
What's the skill set that you would advise every aspiring CFO to develop?
Psychology.
I think analytical skills are important. Obviously, you need to like the numbers. If you don't like numbers, then don't go into finance. It's sort of like a recipe for disaster if you don't like numbers.
Not only for the CFO, but also the company's management. That's a communication and the collaboration.
I spend a lot of time figuring out how to take the complex and make it simple, and then finding a way to be able to communicate that both internally and externally.
I think it's relationships, whether it's working with investors, bankers, with the senior management team, with the board. Having your head down is one thing as a finance person, but keeping your ears open is super important as well. And I think that all of that is what kind of builds out being a successful CFO.
Watch Chief Future Officer only on Bloomberg.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Burr.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up. Sorry.
Well, it looks like the incredible effervescence in markets is back. You've seen an incredible rally from the lows. You almost have a bull market when it comes to the tech trade this morning, building just a little bit on that. S&P futures higher by less than 0.1%. You're seeing, though, potentially a third straight week of gains. NASDAQ futures up 0.1%. Russell 2000 futures doing nothing. 2s, 10s, and 30s. A real question about the importance of yesterday and frankly Wednesday's auctions of treasuries. The highest yields going back to 2007 and 2001 in 10 years and 30 years, respectively. A warning shot for the deficit picture in the United States. This morning, two-year yields at 4.14%. That's the pricing out of rate hikes from the Federal Reserve. But the long-term 10-year yields, 4.65%, and 30-year yields, 5.23%, up 2 basis points. As people think about the deficit and think about just the glut of issuance coming from tech names as well as governments around the world.
Exactly. There's just a litany of issues that is affecting the bond market right now. And Fitch Ratings had to come out and actually say, we affirm our rating of the United States. Quote, however, high fiscal deficits, a substantial interest burden, and high and rising government debt levels constrain the rating. So this is going to be a space to watch.
Yeah, it's funny to see them affirm it at WA+, while also saying that it has not meaningfully taken actions and this potentially could be a real problem. Meanwhile, in the oil space, you are seeing a bit of calm this morning that can change in a headline. Nonetheless, seeing just a little bit of a lift. WTI at $81.89. 3 hours away from the cash open. Here are your morning movers. Yahaira Anand. Yahaira.
Hi, Lisa. We start with Applied Materials. This is the biggest U.S. maker of chip-making equipment, putting it right at the center of the AI build-outs. And it says demand is so strong that customers are asking for it to ramp production faster. But with the stock nearly doubling this year, the bar was extremely high. So even though it's beat expectations and guided above estimates, we are seeing shares down 5.7% in the pre-market. Meanwhile, we are seeing domestic drone manufacturers and those that make the components that are put into drones rising in the pre-market, like Unusual Machines and AeroVironment, after President Trump slapped tariffs of as much as 100% on drones and their components. China, of course, dominates drone manufacturing, so this is a push by Washington to reduce its reliance on Beijing on national security grounds, and as Tyler Kendall mentioned earlier, it's a way for the administration to bolster the defense manufacturing domestically. And we end on Reddit, those shares rising more than 12% in the pre-market after it was tapped to join the S&P 500, an increasingly valuable, which is a spot that is increasingly valuable in a market dominated by passive investing. This is also helping the company make up some lost ground, with shares down 30% year to date through yesterday's close.
Thank you so much, Yahaira. We are looking at, of course, the Reddit chats for advice on salad. We're going to be talking about that shortly. On our radar this morning, the U.S. set to announce a sweeping new economic isolation plan for Iran. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent saying the moves will be part of a 1-2 punch that includes the continued blockade of Iranian ports. Meanwhile, the U.S. government selling 30-year bonds at 25-year highs of over 5.2%. The Treasury facing a mounting fiscal squeeze as investors demand higher yields to finance that growing deficit. And OpenAI on track to hit a revenue run rate of more than $40 billion this year, roughly double the figure from the end of last year. Monthly revenue surging over 20% in July alone, driven by its coding software subscription sales, as well as a small but growing ad business. And we're hearing that Anthropic maybe has a $47 billion run rate as recently as May. So both of them trying to portray their economic strength.
Absolute fierce battle going on right now between these two companies, especially, of course, as they are both preparing to IPO. And I know there's this other story as well on the front page of the Financial Times about how much also they're having to decrease some of their costs in terms of what they are giving to customers and potentially opening up the gates more for open source models, because the competition is not just between those two individuals, it's also between DeepSeek and some of the other players coming out of China.
Yeah, OpenAI used to be the leader, and now it seems like they're very much the underdog. Anthropic is said to have be targeting a $2 trillion valuation for their IPO and seem to be in the lead when it comes to their pricing power as well as their model adoption. How are both of these going to get through? And that is really the ultimate question, given that there does seem to be a ticking timer on how long the capital markets are going to remain this open.
You think that it's going to be Anthropic's that's going to win this race, in the sense that they're likely going to IPO earlier with OpenAI pushing it back. But there might be something to be said for actually going second, seeing how Anthropic fared in the market before you decide to go public. But at the same time, Julian Emmanuel said he loved what the Norway Sovereign Wealth Fund had said. The fact as he doesn't totally agree with it, but is this as good as it gets?
Maybe we all need to take a break, have some lunch, buy a salad, and potentially think about it. Turning to the consumer, the months-long Cyclospora outbreak putting pressure on some fast casual restaurants.
I think there has been a bit of a mass panic, hysteria. The outbreak is under control. I think it's now more of that message getting out to consumers and them getting back into their habits. We're not sure how long it's going to impact guests, but we're doing everything in our power to deliver on a great experience, to welcome guests back into our restaurants.
Sweetgreen cutting its full-year outlook, even with no link between the chain and the illness. Michael Halen of Bloomberg Intelligence joins us now. We've seen some companies go bankrupt. We've seen the likes of Sweetgreen try to emphasize their cooked foods. Just how problematic is this, and what kind of length do you expect this to have in terms of staying power for the story?
Yeah, on the clip, he called it a mass panic hysteria. You know, I temper that a little bit. I would say fears were overblown, right? People are cutting back at restaurants that don't even serve iceberg lettuce. You know, because this is not a food safety issue, because the pathogen, and then we also saw salmonella in jalapeno peppers in the last couple of weeks, right? Because the pathogen and the bacteria weren't due to food safety handling issues, and they were found in the supply chain, you know, we think it's going to be relatively short, and that's what we've seen. I mean, you know, Taco Bell talked about a -2% comp for the month of July, and they were closely linked to Cyclospora. Chipotle, before the salmonella impacted jalapenos, had talked about a down 2% comp. Here in the third, I'm sorry, about 200 basis points of impact to their comp in the third quarter. Cava saw some impact at the beginning of July, but it's steadily increased, and now their comps are up mid-single digits. So we expect it to be generally short-lived.
This is what a lot of people are hoping who are salad lovers and love the multi-texture of a salad along with the umami. This is according to Reddit. Michael Halen of Bloomberg Intelligence, thank you so much for taking the time. Nick Setyan of Mizuho writing salad-centric concepts, and where lettuce is heavily used saw an impact on traffic. I'd be surprised if the impact is not gone by September. Nick joins us now, seems to agree with what we were just hearing from Mike Halen. Nick, what makes you think that people are going to move on from this, given the real aversion and frankly the bankruptcy of a number of salad-based chains?
Sure. I mean, we do have historical precedents. You know, McDonald's just, you know, a year and a half ago went through a similar scenario. It took essentially a quarter to get past it. We've had, again, similar incidents across the many, restaurants across different categories historically. So we more or less know, how long it takes for an impact to wane.
What do you think in terms of the restaurants, in terms of who is faring better in terms of dealing with this crisis, whether it's inside the chain as well as the PR campaigns around it?
Well, the chains that are directly impacted are have the biggest burden, and Taco Bell, along with historically McDonald's, they have the sort of know-how to deal with these outbreaks, which again, they actually happen a lot more frequently. It's just that the media catches on less frequently. So they definitely have the know-how to deal with it, both in terms of internally supply chain wise and PR-wise.
Nick, you put in your note that Taco Bell itself saw traffic down almost 30% if the news broke out, and likely it's about 20% range. This can't all be down to the media. People are probably genuinely nervous, no?
Well, they are, but I think once that's early days, right? So again, as we get past early July, et cetera, we know that the impact is more or less low single digits. So the first few days, first week, it was 30%, but as people kind of digest the information and realize that it's not really as bad as potentially the early reaction, they tend to return to consumption.
When you take a step back, Nick, we are going to get retail sales at 8:30 a.m. Eastern, and we've seen a real mixed picture when it comes to some of the fast casual restaurants. On one hand, McDonald's flagging some of their lower income consumers and the potential reluctance to traffic frequently. On the other hand, you've seen Cava outperform, you've seen Starbucks outperform. How do you understand who's winning and who's losing, and how much that really hinges on which economic cohort they seem to target?
Well, look, the lower income demographic has been under pressure for almost 2 years now. That pressure is continuing. I think on top of income-related issues, we have immigration, et cetera, playing into it as well. And the middle and higher income consumers have continued to spend apace. So, if anything, we've actually seen an incremental strengthening. And those categories like QSR that have exposure to the lower income have been underperforming categories like casual dining, which are higher income. In fact, we've seen the divergence accelerate. For example, in the quarter three to date, July, August to date, the casual diners have actually seen a step up from low single digits to almost mid single digits, while the QSRs have taken a step down. So that trend definitely continues.
So right now, who do you think is going to win? Is this also potentially a matter of which type of cuisine? In other words, sort of Mexican is out and Middle Eastern is in?
I'm not so sure it's about sort of which type of cuisine. Definitely, exposure to lower income versus higher income demographics and pricing decisions, right? Ultimately, QSR fast food it has taken cumulative almost 50% pricing, since pre-COVID 2019, and this year it's taking another 3 to 5% to cover beef inflation, labor inflation, and so on. Whereas casual dining and fast casual are much more in line with grocery in that low 30% range. And so we're seeing that play out as traffic share is trending towards casual dining and fast casual. So casual dining, Chili's, Cheesecake Factory, BJ's Restaurants, Texas Roadhouse, that's where we see the winners today.
Nick Setyan of Mizuho, thank you so much for being with us this morning. And my apologies to everyone tuning in right now that we have to talk about a parasitic outbreak at 6:42 a.m. Eastern time. We've tried to avoid this story, but it really is very much a market story. And I see these salad chains going out of business. You see these profit warnings from the likes of Sweetgreen, and then you have friends who refuse to touch any salad anywhere, even if it's from a farmer's market.
Right, and I understand it's because, I don't think it's all the media's fault, but you hear about this and immediately you say, okay, so for a few weeks, I'm gonna hit pause on salad. I'm not going to Sweetgreen. But that has been in favor of places like Cava. And because why? They cook their food. Also, though, to the point that when you look at their earnings, The Mediterranean chains case, to your also point, Lisa, people seem to be more into Mediterranean at the moment than Mexican. It's lower income guests splurge on add-ons at a higher rate. So there's something to be said about this momentum right now, given what is going on with the parasite.
Yeah, and then on a broader level, we are going to get retail sales next week, and let's see whether that bifurcation in the K-shaped economy really does take hold in other retailers as well. Let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here's a Bloomberg Brief with Yahira Anand. Yahira.
Hi, Lisa. Reform UK leader Nigel Farage beating Count Bin Face to regain his seat in Parliament. The election coming after Farage quit his seat amid an investigation into whether he failed to report a gift from a crypto billionaire. The investigation will resume and could still force him out of Parliament. Meanwhile, AMD raising $4.75 billion in its biggest ever dollar bond offering. The chip maker is ramping up spending to meet surging demand for computing capacity driven by the AI boom. Its revenue is forecast to jump 47% this year. And Ken Griffin's Citadel is requiring some staff, including analysts, to sign non-compete agreements of as long as 2 years. The length of the garden leave is tied to the employee's total compensation. With the more the employee earns, the longer the non-compete. That's your Bloomberg Brief. Lisa?
Thank you so much, Yair. Talk about golden handcuffs. Up next, demanding fiscal discipline.
We have a level of debt outstanding and a fiscal path that is frankly unsustainable. We're running right around 100% debt to GDP. I don't get a sense of a lot of fiscal discipline coming back.
James Athey of Marlboro Investment Management joins next. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
My old mentor, Roger Staubach, who told me when I transitioned, football will never leave you, but you need to leave it.
Wow.
Everyone has a dream, and a lot of dreams are, my dream is to play football and play professional football, and you get the dream comes true, but it is going to end. And the day it ends, the day before it ends, you're one of the best in the world. Great. The next day you wake up, that's gone. What are you great at? And the truth is, nothing, right? I'm not great at anything else.
I talk about it all the time, Steve, is this whole idea of it's not from penthouse to penthouse. And what I mean by that is you played for 15, 20 years and you're in the penthouse. That doesn't mean that you come to the business world and you're going to be in the penthouse. You don't start in the third floor or the lobby. You actually have to start in the basement.
Technology is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
From the world of politics to the world of business, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lines deliver news, insight, and analysis live 2 times a day, every trading day. Balance of Power at 1 and 5 Eastern, only on Bloomberg. It's a multi-trillion-dollar industry. We'll show you what's happening in ETFs like no one else. ETF IQ, only on Bloomberg.
Seeing stocks with a lift to end the final day, trading day of the week, potentially the third straight week of gains on the S&P 500, potentially the fourth straight week of gains on the equal weight S&P 500, which will be the longest going back to February, the February rally, really highlighting how much of an outperformance you've seen in that area. NASDAQ 100 getting a bit more of an outperformance this morning, up almost 0.2% versus less than 1% for S&P futures. Russell 2000 doing nothing, in part because the bond market is taking back some of the gains that they have experienced over the past couple of trading sessions. Not at the front end. Still, there is this expectation that the Fed will be able to wait before hiking interest rates, at least until December, if not beyond, 4.14% on that 2-year. But the 10-year and the 30-year notes really becoming more interesting, especially in light of Beth Hammack's comments, and especially in light of what we've seen, Anne-Marie, from those two auctions, the highest yield since 2007 on a 10-year auction and the highest yield since 2001 on a 30-year auction.
Obviously, this is getting everyone's attention. Julie and Emmanuel say, of course you have to be concerned when it comes to especially the 30-year yield. As high as going back to 2001 in 25 years, this is starting to get to levels that obviously there is a lot of concern, but it's a litany of issues that are impacting this when it comes to the deficit. And I don't see any fiscal discipline happening right now in Washington, D.C., especially not in an election year.
That's the question. Under surveillance this morning, demanding fiscal discipline.
Some of the things that I'm paying attention to from a financial stability perspective, which is near and dear to my heart because I grew up in it, is the Treasury market. We have a level of debt outstanding and a fiscal path that is frankly unsustainable. We've been issuing debts, we're running right around 100% debt to GDP. If you look at Congress, I don't get a sense of a lot of fiscal discipline coming back.
Here's the latest. Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack warning of potential risks to the stability of the Treasury market as the U.S. completes its costliest bond sale in 25 years. James Athey of Marlboro Investment Management joins us now. James, thank you so much for being with us. Always great to catch up with you. What's your take on how concerning the level of yields are here, given the fact that pre-2008, this was something of the norm?
Yeah, Lisa, that's absolutely right. I mean, clearly the policy rate is lower than it tended to be in the period leading up to the crisis. So from that perspective, long end yields being as high as they are looks slightly more worrying. I think it's really a really interesting dynamic. We can't be certain why the long end has been suffering in recent days and weeks, because certainly the data has not been pressuring them higher. But, often we talk about public sector borrowing crowding out the private sector, right? If a government is running large deficits, yields go up, and that crowds out private sector borrowing and investment. There's a very real chance that what we're seeing here is the opposite, where such massive hyperscaler issuance and investment, both today, tomorrow, and long into the future, is potentially crowding out the public sector because investors look at that additional spread, look at the quality of those corporate balance sheets, look at the potential gains from AI in general, and say, do you know what? I'd rather take that risk than risk facing the US Treasury.
What would it take for you to see this as a good buying opportunity, given that yields are some of the highest that you've seen in decades?
Yeah, I mean, we're still avoiding the long end, the very long end. We haven't owned 30-year treasuries for a good while now. Where we do own 30-year risk, it's in markets where the dynamics are very different. We love the Antipodeans because they've just got much lower debt to GDP. They've got deficits which are under control, and they have a culture of fiscal conservatism which is pretty bipartisan. So they're markets we like out there. In treasuries, it's not that we think necessarily the bad things are going to happen, but if bad things are going to happen, that's where it'll manifest most. 10-year risk, though, we're still comfortable taking 10-year treasury risk here, although we prefer at the margin linkers, given where break-evens are currently.
James, you're potentially not worried about bad things happening, but do you expect anything good to happen in terms of maybe the fiscal deficit that would be encouraging for the 30-year?
Anne-Marie, I'm a bond guy, so it's not that I worry about bad things happening. It's that I expect them and I position for them. No, I mean, in all seriousness, there is nothing good about fiscal policy in the US, but that has been the case for a long time. It's something that I harp on about a lot. And to some degree, I think Kevin Walsh, the new Fed chair, probably agrees. I think a lot of this problem has been caused by balance sheet policies of central banks in the past. But the problem is now we're in a very difficult and unstable equilibrium, and there aren't really any good options for dealing with it. In the end, the price mechanism makes this all work. If the market is not willing to fund the US Treasury at the prevailing price, the price will adjust until they are. And in doing so, that will suck capital out of the more overvalued area of risky markets.
James, I do wonder at what point you start to get worried about all the issuance coming from the hyperscalers. We did see spreads widen a bit on investment-grade bonds, really tied to these companies. They've come in somewhat as people see that as an opportunity. Do you think that there is a real financial risk brewing because of all of this debt being sold, or do you think that the credit profiles of these companies are substantially better than the likes of the full faith and credit of the United States?
Yeah, I mean, as is often the case, we kind of use these broad brush terms and we end up with a group which has got the same label, but which isn't quite as sort of homogenous as would be suggested. So Oracle had a very strong balance sheet, but it has really abused that quite considerably, and its cash flow is now negative. You know, Alphabet had such a fortress balance sheet that it can debase it quite considerably without it being a meaningful credit concern. So there's different situations for all of them. But are there financial risks brewing? I mean, yeah, obviously, potentially. There could be really serious convexity in either direction, and it all comes down to exactly what we should expect from AI at the macro level. It's one thing to say that you can save costs with the use of AI, but exactly how that manifests in terms of employment changes, in terms of benefits being passed on to consumers or retained as even greater profit by, corporate America, which is already hyper profitable, that will have serious macro consequences. And of course, if we're talking about a commodity, I read today that there's over 1,000 large language models on offer in China. That already looks commoditized. Is it really realistic to expect a decent rate of return on such massive investment? These are huge questions, and there are big risks in either direction.
And they are a huge import to potential IPOs coming later this year. James Athey of Marlborough Investment Management, thank you so much for being with us, and have a wonderful weekend. I mean, that's the ultimate question, right? How much open source models undermine the case for the likes of OpenAI and Anthropic? As you mentioned earlier, the Financial Times having the story on the front page talking about a price war between these two closed source models in order to compete with what's coming out of China.
And it's also because, and you've talked about this, the fact of the matter is, the customers are actually saying, well, China has much cheaper models, we're just going to go there. So it's just not that OpenAI and Anthropic are fighting against each other. Fierce rivalry right now, clearly ahead of their IPO, but also the battle they have with Beijing.
Why do the Brits talk about Antipodeans as being New Zealand and Australia? Because I really it was interesting for me to hear it referred to that way, because it's not referred to usually that way here in the United States.
I don't know why, but interesting. It's something maybe people don't know in America.
Maybe some people. I had to look it up.
So actually, that's what we do here. We educate.
Antipode means the exact opposite side of the earth. The more you know. Coming up next, Becky Chada of Deutsche Bank, Jeanette Lowe of Shigas, Robert Denault of Kalshi, and Lindsay Piegza of Stifel as we count you down to the retail sales report, the last of some key economic data points this week. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten, and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Medika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
Everybody has a moment where they put into action all they've practiced, where they step up to a challenge and either succeed or fail. But what are those moments for some of the world's most influential leaders?
It was a rough and tumble world, and I thought, okay, I can rise up, I can play this game, and I did play the game.
It was great, and it was depressing, and it was disappointing.
My chair at the time sat down with me and said, succession starts now.
I'm Francine Lacroix, an award-winning journalist. For the last 25 years, I've interviewed world leaders, bank bosses, even fashion icons. I'm often asking about the news of the moment, but I've always been curious, who are these people as leaders? Join me for the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. I'll start your week with conversations that explore what drives the world's most influential people, how today's leaders got to where they are, where they're going next, and how they've transformed their organization in the process.
Make decisions. A poor decision is always better than no decision.
You have to have truth tellers around you, and you have to be willing to listen.
You don't want to be setting strategy in the middle of a transaction, that's for sure.
Do it for the right reasons. Don't do it because of FOMO.
We'll also learn lessons which we can apply to our work and daily lives. Tune into the podcast version of Leaders with Francine Lacroix. Listen and watch on Bloomberg Television or wherever you get your podcasts.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world, the Dealmaker playbook where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Raffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine. Watch, listen, stream.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Raffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this deal forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys, buckle up.
It's a period of warm inflation.
We're still above those targets.
The Fed has some time, essentially, to assess the next move.
The Fed is definitely in the too loose category.
In this environment, with a 50-50 chance that the Fed's going to hike.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Good morning. Welcome back to Bloomberg Surveillance. Stocks inching higher as traders increasingly price out a rate hike next month. The Fed dissenters are unmoved, with Cleveland Fed President Beth Hammack saying, we need to act now. The consumer very much in focus. Retail sales in America just 90 minutes away. Another read on just how much the consumer engine can keep powering the U.S. economy.
And this is going to be an important one, especially given the fact that consumers have been dealt with higher prices, especially when it comes to energy. And I know that we had a little bit of reprieve when it comes to the memorandum of understanding between Iran and the United States, but still, gasoline prices remain above $4 a gallon across the continental United States, so potentially that is going to impact the pocketbooks. When it comes to Wall Street, though, another fresh high for the S&P 500. The July sell-off's behind us, and everyone's thinking we can just breathe a sigh of relief to the end of December into September, because the Fed at the moment has enough to remain on hold.
So what's the difference between breathing a sigh of relief and full-on complacency that could yield some sort of downdraft? And ultimately, that's the line that we were talking about with Julian Emanuel earlier this morning, with the idea that the Bloomberg Financial Conditions Index has become the most accommodative going back 30 years. How much is this as good as it gets in our people kind of being poised for a bout of volatility that could potentially create an all or nothing kind of day?
And as you two were talking about, that Michael Hartnett note, the fact that we are going into a midterm election season where we can see more volatility before and after it. Potentially, if we get a split government, to Julian Emanuel's point, we can see a knee-jerk reaction in financial markets, but then it's going to be gridlock, and we're going to be focusing on the same things we've been focused on this year. And the fact of the matter is, when it comes to financial markets, it is all about this AI trade.
Right now, it is all about gains and people just getting to the beach with a good sense that they actually have done very well in their portfolios right now. As AMH was talking about, we did hit another all-time high on the S&P 500 yesterday. Today, adding on that just a touch, leading to the third straight week of gains, the longest streak going back to May, up 0.1%. NASDAQ futures up 0.25% on the equal weight S&P 500. It potentially is going to be the fourth straight week of gains, which is putting it on pace for the longest rally going
back to February. The why could come from the Fed. This idea that the Fed does not have as much of a reason to hike rates come next month. What you can see in 2s, 10s, and 30s is a sense of a pricing out of the September rate hike. And frankly, even the idea of hiking by December is no longer fully priced. 2-year yields at 4.14%. 10-year and 30-year, though, gets more interesting after auctions that were okay in terms of U.S. government debt. But still, the U.S. selling 10-year notes at the highest yield going back to 2007. Highest levels on 30-year yields going back to 2001 this morning, 5.24%. And in the oil space, what is going on there? Well, nothing, and that's not very good because that means that we're going to have this constraint continue, particularly for distilled products. New York crude, WTI, $81.65, up 0.5%. Brent crude just basically flat, with real questions about what economic warfare really looks like. Coming up this hour, Binky Chadha of Deutsche Bank with stocks on track for 3 weeks of gains. Jeanette Lowe of Baird Strategas as fiscal deficit concerns loom over Washington. And Kalshi head of enforcement, Robert Chenault, as the prediction market faces legal opposition. Don't miss that. We begin this hour with stocks holding at record highs as the AI trade gains momentum. Binky Chadha of Deutsche Bank writing, "It is hardly a surprise that growth for a variety of industries is being boosted by AI, but management comments make it clear that demand strength is much broader." Binky joins us now for more. Binky, great to see you.
Good morning.
Happy almost summer. It feels like we're almost getting to vacations. I am curious how much you see the recent rally as confirmation of the bull case or potentially creating more fragility heading into a more volatile period.
So what I would say is, definitely confirmation of the bull case. So this is the second quarter in a row where in the run-up, the market was basically in a relatively tight range, perhaps more pronounced in the previous quarter where the range went on for 6 months. And then, as earnings are growing, equities are getting cheaper, essentially. And so when you do get earnings and you do get big positive surprises, as we did in both of the quarters, you've seen the market basically ratchet up. So that's number one. Number two, what I would say is plenty of gloom, plenty of reasons to think about why we're going to get a pullback. And typically before the midterm elections, the market does tend to flatten out as people buy protection for, potential volatility. But, that's the negative side. The positive side is you typically get a very strong rally afterwards. Midterm election years, 21 out of 23 are positive, so risk reward is positive, and the average return is 7% in the fourth quarter in midterm election years. So the risk premium gets put on, it gets taken off, but where I would say the S&P 500 is, and I think that sometimes not really well appreciated. If you look at the S&P 500 the last 4 years, so 4 years from the bottom in 2022. This is very, very clear, very, very steep, 23% price appreciation at an annual rate in place for 4 years. And what has the recent rally done? It has taken us back to the bottom of that channel. We have not really been inside the channel since Liberation Day. So the market is still relatively cautious. And, what this chart suggests is that the risks are, pretty strongly to the upside. The bottom of that channel on December 31st is 8,500 on the S&P. Wow. And it's been in place for 4 years. You have to have a very good reason for why that's not going to happen.
You talk about how this has been broad-based growth, and that's one of the reasons why you've seen the equal weight outperform so significantly over the past couple of weeks. Mm-hmm. How much is coming just by efficiencies, whether it's AI or whether it's post-pandemic lessons of how to create more efficiencies rather than true consumer strength driving growth?
Yeah, so I wouldn't say it's necessarily consumer strength. It's more about industrial and company strength, I would say. And I would emphasize that it's not just really about AI. You can take the S&P 500, divide it up into AI and its beneficiaries and everybody else. That would be 30% and 70% of the S&P 500. And if you look at the contributions to, what is absolutely unimaginably off the charts growth that we're getting in the second quarter of 34% year, we're not talking about a tech company, we're talking about the whole S&P 500. We have basically almost equal contributions from AI and the rest. where is that coming from, which was about your question. You know, I think you have to keep in mind that it's partly circumstantial. We had the ISM manufacturing, which is historically the best cyclical indicator for S&P 500 earnings and the market, actually. It was in a funk for 3.5 years. It was below 50. That happened to, you know, go vertically up in February. And so in the first quarter, because it's February, you know, most of the effects don't come through. But if you look at the second quarter, ISM manufacturing continued to not only sustain, but move even higher. And if you look at it, it's not that high. So it can definitely go higher. So this is AI accelerating, cyclical growth kicking in, and the war in Iran helping oil and commodity prices. So you have three things happening together. In terms of the equal weight, in terms of ISM manufacturing, I would say that's, you know, the most unappreciated part, perhaps, and that's, you know, a big kicker, because typical economic recovery is just about ISM manufacturing if you boil it down to what's driving the earnings.
And in your note, you put together a lot of memorable quotes from corporates this quarter and how everyone keeps using the idea that this is broad-based.
Yeah.
Do you have confidence that it truly is broad-based?
Yeah, it's really the ISM manufacturing that to which the earnings growth is actually very well tied.
And you think it continues?
Absolutely. So if you look at the bottom-up consensus, which typically I would remind gets beat by about 5%. It just got beat by 7 to 8%. It's looking for growth both in Q3 and in Q4 currently, and both estimates continue to rise. It's at about 25% for each of the quarters, it's 24 and 26. And so the bottom-up analyst consensus, which I would, without being personal, it tends to be pretty risk-averse and doesn't get in front of things. And like I just said, it tends to get beat, is in the mid-20s. So I think, you know, the boom is here. The boom is likely to sustain. But so is all the gloom.
Yeah. Which is partly a good thing, right? Because then you can climb the wall for it. So if you are an analyst that's doing ground-up work, he just said that you'd sandbag every single time, and that essentially it's always better.
We're getting 34% earnings, and what everybody wants to talk about is this peak earnings? And if you think about whether, you know, the market's positioned for that or whether it's priced in, I won't go into the multiples. What I would say is equity positioning is aligned with 14-15% growth right now, which is not bad growth, but we are getting 35% and likely to get 25%. So positioning, you know, there's still upside for the market.
If you were just looking at this kind of market and you said the benchmark rates were at some of the highest levels that they have been going back a couple decades, you probably would be surprised. In the past, that would be a limiting, constraining factor. This time around, it hasn't been, or has it? I mean, would the S&P be at a much higher level, at a much higher multiple, if we did have lower rates? Or are we looking at a rate-insensitive equity market, unless they remain on hold or unless they potentially hike rates really considerably?
Yeah, so I would think it's no more or less impactful rates on equities. If you look at the one period where, and I would argue it's essentially one period where, you know, increases in real rates, it really caused the equity market to go down. And so if you look at the historical sample and why most people conclude that higher rates are negative for equities comes from the Volcker, a very, very severe hike. And if you look at the equity market during that period, you'll see that through most of the rate hikes, the equity market was going up. It's only when Mr. Volcker convinced the equity market that it was going to cause a recession that was worse than anything that they had ever seen, that because of the expectations for what would happen to growth, that we went down. So I think rates by themselves, I think the lesson of the last few years is that it's not about the level of rates, which is what most of the discussion is about. It's really been about rates volatility. Shall we hike by 50? Shall we cut by 25? Maybe we go 75. Maybe we hike on a Sunday afternoon through the Wall Street Journal.
I think those days are over.
That creates a lot of volatility, and it's that volatility which temporarily impacted, you know, equity markets. And as soon as that volatility was over, because the Fed was either done hiking or close to getting done hiking, or just simply moved to 25 basis point hikes, which is what happened in 2022, volatility collapsed and equities rose, and that's the channel we've been in for 4 years.
Binky Chadha, wonderful to catch up with you. Thank you so much for being here. Binky Chadha of Deutsche Bank. And as he's talking, I'm looking at the MOVE index, the implied volatility in 10-year Treasury yields going forward, and it is near the lows of the year, to his point. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here's your Bloomberg Brief with Yahaira Anand. Yahaira.
Hi, Lisa. The U.S. government selling 30-year bonds at the highest interest rates in a quarter century. The yield at yesterday's $25 billion sale coming in at 5.216%, the most since 2001. The sale follows the Wednesday's 10-year auction, resulting in the highest yield since the financial crisis. DeepSeek is sharply raising prices for its flagship AI models, increasing some rates by more than 4 times starting this weekend. The move comes as the Chinese startup prepares for a potential IPO and looks to improve profitability. And we are seeing Reddit shares rising 13% following the announcement that it will join the S&P 500. The social media firm will be added before trading begins on August 18th. Reddit will replace Avalon Bay Communities, which is being acquired by Equity Residential. That's your Bloomberg Brief, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Yahaira. Up next, mounting deficit risks.
The investors are starting to get a little bit concerned about the trajectory for debt and deficit.
We're running a federal deficit that doesn't make any sense for an economy that's this strong. There's eventually a cost to this.
It does feel like there will be some sort of reckoning.
Boy, the deficit, we're going to say it every single day. Jeanette Lowe of Baird Strategas joins us next. Don't worry, we won't say that every single day. You're watching Bloomberg Surveillance. Making money isn't about drowning in emotions. It's about understanding what's actually happening. Markets are the best way to glean signal from noise, and that is what we try to do every morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
The countdown is on. Everything you need to get the edge at the end of the market day. Get ahead of tomorrow's trading with The Close. Weekdays on Bloomberg. Context changes everything.
Just inching back toward record highs day by day. Yesterday hitting another all-time high for the S&P 500. Today adding to that, making a third straight week of gains, up 1/10%. You are seeing just a touch of euro strength, 115.59. 10-year yields just marginally higher by a basis point at 4.65%. And in the crude space, AMH, yesterday this was an area of head scratching. What exactly was causing prices to go so much lower? Was it truly that more crude was traversing through the Strait of Hormuz Today, hovering around that $81.70 on WTI. It seems like that gave a lift, though, to broader markets, just adding to this disinflationary case. What does it look like now that the rhetoric has shifted from potentially escalating military action to escalating economic ones?
Well, we have to wait to understand what exactly the administration has in store for, quote, economic isolation. That's how the Treasury Secretary put it in terms of Iran in an interview last night. I struggle to find what else they can do economically, given the fact that this is an economy that's for decades has been under intense economic pressure from the United States. I think something else that has been key, though, even though more oil is probably getting out than others have been able to really track as transponders are off, we have seen some vessels hit overnight.
Which, again, adds to questions about the issues over there and how much tensions can continue. Also concerns as U.S. Treasury yields continue to rise and a question of how to finance the ongoing military conflict and just generally the budget. Under surveillance this morning, mounting deficit risks.
Investors are starting to get a little bit concerned about the trajectory for debt and deficits.
We're running a federal deficit that doesn't make any sense for an economy that's this strong. There's eventually a cost to this.
The 30-year is going to be driven in large part upon where the deficit goes.
As long as the music is playing, the bond market will keep dancing, but it does feel like there will be some sort of reckoning.
Here's the latest. The U.S. budget deficit surging to a July record high, the biggest gap ever for the month, adding pressure on the Treasury with 30-year yields selling at the highest level going back to 2001. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us now from D.C. Tyler, do we hear anything from the Treasury Department or the broader administration about concerns based on where the auctions came in this week?
Lisa, at this point, we didn't get a comment from the Treasury Department, but it is becoming a politically fraught issue as financing costs feed through to the broader economy. Mortgage rates this month hit their highest since July of 2025. But the reality is, when it comes to the spending side, the budget deficit, it's difficult to cut spending here in Washington, especially during an election year. If we dig into that Treasury Department data that was released earlier this week, it shows that that record July budget deficit was fueled in large part by a surge in Medicare costs, as well as that interest on the federal debt continues to be a key driver. For the fiscal year to date, the U.S. has paid out $1.17 trillion on $39.9 trillion of debt. That's a 15% increase in debt servicing costs from the same period a year ago, thanks in part to higher yields on treasuries. Fitch yesterday kept its AA+ rating on U.S. credit, but also warned that the fiscal deficit to the size of the economy will widen this year, driven in part by tariff refunds and also tax cuts. And Lisa, earlier this week, we spoke about the idea that the administration may be floating potentially more tax cuts related to capital gains. They would need Congress to get that done, but it does go to show how Republicans are trying to hone their messaging as they continue to play defense on the economy.
Tyler Kendall, thank you so much for that. Jeanette Lowe of Strategas Baird Strategas writing, the U.S. budget deficit is widening due to the Iran conflict, higher net interest costs, and IEEPA tariff refunds. Treasury is likely to finance the growing deficit with T-bills. Jeanette joins us now for more. Jeanette, this is largely what people have been expecting, that the Treasury Department will avoid issuing as much debt at the long end of the yield curve and just funnel it to the front end. How much can that really help, and does that take the pressure off lawmakers from addressing these spending issues?
Yeah, so good morning and thanks for having me. I think that obviously that this has been something that the Treasury Department has been doing and did under Janet Yellen and is continuing under Treasury Secretary Bessent to focus on the short end of the curve. And that's going to be something that they're going to use as a tool to really kind of keep longer term yields in check. Obviously, that is something that Treasury Secretary Bessent has said that he is quite focused on. And I do think that they have some movement and some room to be able to maneuver on this for some time. But it does kind of lead to the longer term question as to what will they do as this turns into potentially a larger problem. Obviously, some of the factors that are impacting the deficit currently are the Iran conflict, are these IEEPA tariffs. We are eventually going to get to the end of those IEEPA tariffs, but right now, tariff revenue is actually kind of a net negative on a year-over-year basis. And then also, the net interest costs are really kind of surging here. They're higher than defense spending, and that is something that really does kind of need to be taken into account. Once that can start to be lowered, that would have a big impact on lowering the deficit to some extent, but there obviously still are these longer term concerns about where is federal spending going. To Tyler's point, we don't see any cuts coming out of Congress this year in a midterm election year, or even quite frankly over the next 2 years, especially with the still more defense needs, higher entitlement spending, the fact that if Democrats take over in Congress, they actually might want to reverse some of the spending cuts that happened under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. So this is much more of a longer term issue.
Jeanette, when it comes to the midterm elections, is there a potential makeup of Congress that potentially could start thinking about these things like deficit concerns, or it doesn't really matter? The deficit's going to be higher, the spending will continue.
So I think that people are definitely concerned. I think the solutions are the issue. Obviously, if economic growth were stronger, that would definitely have an impact on helping with the deficit without having to do more drastic measures. The conflict in Iran has obviously showed that the U.S. has spent a lot of military capabilities already and needs to resupply those, and then also needs to resupply for the future. So it does have to be this balancing act where they do want to take care of the deficit, but then there also has to be this understanding that they do still need to probably provide more defense spending regardless of who's in Congress. So it may be that we need to kind of come to a head. We need to have kind of a Greenspan Commission situation on Social Security, where that's where you really kind of get bipartisan members of Congress together. But it does seem like it's very difficult to see that right now. Obviously, if we have a split government with maybe a Democratic House, a Republican Senate, that might create more opportunities, but it is still very difficult to see that happening without some sort of catalyzing event.
You mentioned Iran a few times. The Treasury Secretary last night talked about unprecedented economic isolation for Iran. What else could this administration do economically that we haven't tried?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's been a lot of talk about the fact that sanctions have been in place for a very long time and have not necessarily squeezed the Iranian regime to the point that the U.S. would want it to. I think the U.S. blockade of of ships going in and out of Iranian ports is a really big, important step. We have definitely seen that did put a lot more pressure on Iran before we had the June Memorandum of Understanding. Their oil capacity for storage was reaching its limits. They weren't being able to actually sell their oil on the market. And then once the blockade was lifted, then that actually gave Iran a lot of relief. So if the U.S. keeps that blockade in place, that will actually be, I think, quite significant. And you can definitely start to see issues within Iran currently, obviously with inflation, with talk about having to raise fuel prices, with higher costs of living, things of that nature. I do think that obviously the administration probably has some additional tools in its pocket that they are thinking about deploying next week. We don't necessarily know what those would be, but there may be some new things that they actually may be able to try to do that could put more of a squeeze on this further. One of the options that they have talked about, which might be a little bit more difficult, is actually trying to squeeze kind of a land situation around a land blockade for Iran so that it won't be able to get its goods out either by sea or by land. But obviously that's going to take some coordination with other countries in the region, and that might be more difficult.
Jeanette Lowe of Baird Strategas, thank you so much for being with us this morning. A real question about how long each party can potentially last. And certainly gasoline prices still very much in the fore politically in the United States. Right now we're looking at diesel prices at the highest levels going back to June 1st at $5.43. Distillates remaining significantly above where just the Brent and WTI levels are.
It's why experts like Jeff Curry say do not look at WTI and crude. You need to look at actually the products, because that is where the market is very tight. I do think it's interesting that last night the Treasury Secretary is coming out and talking about economic isolation when, where did we start this summer? The Treasury Department lifted sanctions for a time being, and Iran was able to export on the free and open market.
Yeah, well, heading into the fall, we're going to be talking about all of this, as well as elections, as well as prediction markets and their involvement in them. Coming up, Kalshi Head of Enforcement, Robert Denault, as the prediction market faces legal opposition. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg.
Every weekday, Bloomberg puts the spotlight on a different aspect of global finance. Flows, funds, and the forces shaping markets on ETF IQ. The future of money with Bloomberg Crypto. The players behind major transactions on Bloomberg Deals. Rates, risk, and the cost of capital on Bloomberg Real Yield. And personal finance, retirement, and wealth management on Bloomberg Money. A different topic every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Good morning. This is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Welcome back to the opening trade.
It's Bloomberg Money.
This is the Asia Trade.
This is Wall Street Week.
Welcome to Balance of Power.
You're watching Bloomberg Deals.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend.
This is Bloomberg Television.
Bringing you the most important news and financial information whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Michael McKee on the Mexican border, and this is Bloomberg.
I'm David Weston. Join me each week on Wall Street Week for stories of capitalism from business, markets, economics, tech, and climate. We go on the road for a look at what lies behind the headlines of today and what will likely be the headlines tomorrow.
We need more transparency.
Oil and gas is still important.
They said every citizen should be investing in the market.
Accelerate progress in all fields of science.
Watch Wall Street Week right here on Bloomberg.
More than what you need to know, it's what you need to think about.
Well, you can't keep a market down that has earnings like this. We're just seeing from Jonathan Golub that it is the best earnings season on record outside of some sort of post-recession recovery. Right now, building on that, the third straight week of gains in the S&P. Futures up almost 0.1%. Really the fourth straight week potentially for the equal weight, which would be the longest streak going back to February. NASDAQ futures getting a lift, 0.2% gain, 2s, 10s, and 30s, seeing a little bit of a retracement of some of the rally that we had seen at the long end of the yield curve. At the front end, still very much the sense that the Fed does not have to hike rates, 4.13%, just down about a basis point. But that really has been the story of the week. How much has the pressure lifted from the Fed at their September meeting? At the 10-year and 30-year, much more complicated after the auctions, fiscal deficit, et cetera. Looking at the 30-year now, 5.23%, up 2 basis points following yesterday's auction, with the U.S. selling 30-year debt at the highest yields going back to 2001. And in the crude space, the question of how much a stalemate lets oil prices continue to climb. Crude WTI, $81.65. If you look at Brent, $87.18 a barrel. 2 hours away from the cash open, here are your morning movers with Yahaira Anand. Yahaira.
Hi, Lisa. We start with Applied Materials. This is the biggest U.S. maker of chip-making equipment, putting it right at the center of the AI build-out, so it easily beats expectations and guided above estimates. But with the stock more than doubling this year, the bar was extremely high, so you're seeing investors taking this opportunity to take some profits. So shares down 5.75%. Meanwhile, SanDisk shares are surging again this morning, up 7%, extending yesterday's double-digit gain after its investor day, where it laid out some pretty ambitious targets that Wall Street very much liked. Now this morning it's getting another boost, this time from the sell side. JP Morgan rating SanDisk overweight with a $2,250 price target, so showing it sees even more upside from here on a stock that's already up more than 500% year to date. And we are seeing Reddit shares also jumping 11% in the pre-market after it was tapped to join the S&P 500 starting next week, a spot that's become increasingly valuable given this is a market dominated by passive investing. Lisa.
Thank you so much. Yahaira, on our radar this morning, the U.S. selling $25 billion of 30-year bonds at the highest yield in a quarter century. Investors demanding greater compensation to finance the nation's growing deficit. Meanwhile, Chinese AI competition is heating up. Beijing-based company ZAI set to upgrade its flagship model with improved coding capabilities, further closing the gap with rivals like Anthropic and OpenAI. Despite the claims, shares for the company slid in Hong Kong trading hours. And JP Morgan ending its banking relationship with Polymarket, citing regulatory concerns. The Financial Times reporting that the firm notified the prediction market platform to find a new bank last October. Polymarket maintaining it would like to have continued business with JP Morgan. And similar commentary coming from JP Morgan as well. It did not seem as though this was an ultimate breach in the relationship.
No, so they're talking about potentially in this Financial Times story about the banking relationship in terms of the regulatory concerns. At the same time, if Polymarket does IPO, they want to be a part of that. So it's an interesting moment to be in for JP Morgan, especially given Jamie Dimon has said that prediction markets are basically gambling, even though they seem to be excited if they were to come to public market.
You've seen this sort of love-hate relationship with brokers around Wall Street with prediction markets. On one hand, there is this general aversion to them, in part because it's competition. On the other hand, there is this sense that they don't want to miss out. There is a FOMO aspect given how much traffic is really built on some of these platforms. And you're seeing that toggle in some of the regulation as well, leaning into them and using them as an example of whether someone's gaining clout in certain elections or not, and then saying that there's some problems.
I also think it comes at a time when there's a lot of questions about how these prediction markets are regulated, which is potentially why you see JP Morgan, at least in the banking side, taking a step back.
Let's stick on this topic. Multiple states, including New York, suing Kalshi, alleging the company is running an illegal gambling operation. This as New York City launches a separate investigation into the company and several competitors over advertising and marketing practices. This according to the Wall Street Journal. Kalshi writing in response, obligations under federal law conflict with state enforcement. This is the exact problem with states attempting to override federal preemption and why it exists in the first place. Kalshi Head of Enforcement Robert Denault joins us now for more. Robert, great to see you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to start just broadening out and this idea that an increasing number of states have gotten concerned about allegations of insider trading, stock or manipulation of prediction markets with maybe fake videos highlighting someone who's hot on a particular name or idea. What's your response to the idea that there is more manipulation and fraud that happens in prediction markets than broader markets?
So I would take your second point first and address that that's a different platform and not something that Kalshi's ever been accused of doing, but generally broader concerns about insider trading in prediction markets, I think fit well within the regulatory framework that we operate under. So CFTC regulation requires any registered and licensed prediction market here in the United States to have both real-time surveillance and look-back surveillance, where we have teams of people who monitor markets 24/7 to look at individuals who might have insider information or the ability to manipulate the outcome and benefit from that. We've seen examples where Kalshi has caught individuals, investigated that activity, and referred it to our regulator, the CFTC, which has just started bringing formal enforcement cases. I'd note that typically this takes a long time. Enforcement at the federal level can sometimes take years, but the CFTC is acting fast, and I think part of that is to show that they can and are the right regulator to police manipulation and insider trading that can happen in a regulated marketplace.
At the same time, a lot of people would argue this feels a lot like sports betting, say. It feels a lot like just gambling because you can say, I think so-and-so is going to win and then put money on it much more simply. It doesn't have the same kind of business use case that, say, hedging lumber futures does or trying to set certain prices for key other commodities. What's your response to that?
So different business models are regulated differently, even when they touch on the same topics, right? So insurance and banks and broker-dealers are regulated differently, even though they all take money from customers and spend it in a certain way that a customer has a reasonable right to expect aligns with their interests. I think sports specifically, this is about offering a model that a customer wants access to. The exchange model operates differently than a sportsbook model. A sportsbook profits every time somebody walks in and puts up money. If they lose, the sportsbook wins all that money. An exchange model is fundamentally different. What you're doing is pairing users who are setting the price amongst each other in an order book that is open, impartial, and fair, and available nationwide. And operating an exchange that fits that framework requires federal regulation. Every exchange in the United States that operates here in New York, NASDAQ, NYSE, and CME in Chicago, they are all under the oversight of federal regulators. And there's a reason for that. Piecemeal regulation in different states, especially the types of regulations that oversee sports books, are more designed to regulate a casino that offers alcohol at the bar and chases customer losses. Regulations that govern exchanges are about ensuring fair and impartial access, running markets whose price is accurately reflected to users, setting limit orders, market orders, et cetera. And so the product might touch on a similar topic, but that doesn't mean that the business model should be regulated the same way.
How does your surveillance teams actually catch some of this?
It's a great question. We have round-the-clock surveillance that's operating 24/7 at the exchange. some of which we use through vendors. We have several vendors who are running 24/7 surveillance on insider trading, market manipulation like spoofing, front running, et cetera. And then we have a secondary team in the exchange that does look-back reviews for every single market. We recently, just earlier this week or last week, announced a partnership with NASDAQ to enable their surveillance tool to also work on Kalshi data. And that service is going to be offered to institutional clients and regulators that are interested in getting access to that data. And so essentially, when we see flags in markets, the team that we have at Kalshi works to either clear those alerts as false positives or escalate them to enforcement attorneys or investigators like myself who pursue those leads, and we're able to do so because we know all the customers on the exchange.
Can you give us a sense of what the report like internally has been on, I'm sure you've seen it, the president's prompter, who made over $100,000 betting on specific words the president was going to say that obviously that individual had access to?
So I can't say much because it's still an ongoing investigation, but what I can say is that our surveillance system and our surveillance team identified anomalous trading behavior in the mentioned markets that that individual was trading in, and because they identified it, they were able to flag the behavior, conduct an investigation, and refer the evidence to our regulator at the CFTC. And so I am aware that there is news out there that they're pursuing a matter with him, but I can't comment any further.
But as an executive at Kalshi, do you think that this hurts the credibility of prediction markets? Because it looks like people inside, whether or not they're within the government or close to individuals in government, have an edge on everyday Americans.
I think this is true for every single financial market in the United States, right? We're not the first financial market where insider trading poses a risk to the fairness of other people operating in that market. And in fact, I would say the quick action that the CFTC has taken and that we take as an exchange, because we are also able to discipline our members directly, is different than what we've seen at sports books or even the stock exchanges, where it sometimes takes years to unspool much larger insider trading rings, price fixing scandals in certain leagues. And we've seen that take 6, 7, 8 years for it to come out. What I think we see at Kalshi is a strong concerted effort to police markets and refer cases quickly, and then act on them as an exchange, even if the regulator says we don't think that rises to the level of being something illegal.
Another reason why local municipalities are getting a little concerned is because sometimes elections are not that big, not that popular, they're not that liquid, and so an individual can put a pretty big wager that they're going to do X, Y, and Z, and then they're going to go do X, Y, and Z, and they can profit off of it. How do you avoid that type of behavior taking place?
So there's two ways I think that people should understand how prediction markets are calibrating elections. Election markets, according to several academic studies on our exchange specifically, show that our election markets are accurate almost 100% of the time, about 3 months out from an election. And I think that's something sorely needed by most people. We live in an age of information bias and inaccurate polling and social media misinformation, and I think these forecasts do offer meaningful insight into elections. Now, in the specific cases of individuals who want to come to a market and exercise some sort of distortion or influence because they have an ulterior motive, it may not always necessarily be illegal. At Kalshi, we prohibit candidates or people who work on campaigns from trading on elections, and we do that both proactively by investigating markets, but also by screening them from placing trades. So we take FEC data or other data to screen candidates and other individuals that have onboarded from even placing trades in these markets where we can. But I think separate and apart from that, there is, of course, market correction. And we saw this in the LA mayor's race. There was an individual who came in and placed a very large trade on Spencer Pratt. And, you know, I can't prognosticate about what this person's motive was for placing that trade, but it was over $1 million. And it was within a single afternoon. And so their motive may have been to try to move his odds up higher and skew them from what reality actually was. And the truth is the market corrected that price point within 9 seconds. And so where there's an opportunity for other traders to come in and make money off someone whose motive might be not price related, that is an opportunity to profit in a prediction market context.
If it is so well regulated and similarly regulated to other markets that are common in financial markets, why do you think there's such aversion coming not just from the political space, but also from the rank and file on Wall Street?
I think you touched on one of those reasons. I think people are scared of competition, to be honest, at least on Wall Street. And frankly, many of the Wall Street players have gotten into event contracts. And so we started to see them explore this in the same regulated way that we do at the federal level. By and large, I think what we're seeing is very reminiscent as a lawyer of what we saw with companies like Uber, where you launch something new, and if you go back in time, the headlines about Uber kind of look very scary. It's like, what is this thing? Do we even know whose cars we're getting into? And of course, now that's not how we think of Uber. We think of it as a very safe alternative, actually, to many other options that existed. And also, it didn't quite displace the tax community the way that initially people had thought that they would. I think we're in that same phase with prediction markets where people can recognize and are starting to recognize that products can touch on the same topic, but be regulated differently. And the answer of why we do that is customer choice. And that's something that's tried and true over many American industries throughout history. I think this is just a natural evolution in the space.
Robert Denault, thank you so much for being with us this morning. That was Kalshi's head of enforcement, Robert Denault. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Yahira Anna and Yahira.
Hi, Lisa. The Trump administration is imposing tariffs of as much as 100% on imported drones. The move set to potentially accelerate a decoupling of supply chains with China, the world's top drone manufacturer. The top rate will apply to heavier drones or those with certain capabilities, while smaller drones will be taxed at 25%. Meanwhile, Luigi Mangione is expected to plead guilty today to federal charges relating to the fatal shooting of United Health Group CEO Brian Thompson. Mangione faces 2 federal counts of stalking, resulting in death that carry a potential for life in prison without parole. And 2026 is on track to be one of the hottest years on record, thanks to an unusually powerful El Nino. July of this year tied with 2024 as Earth's hottest month and broke all-time national temperature marks across multiple continents. 2027 is expected to set a new record high, according to Berkeley Earth. That's your Bloomberg Brief, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Yahira. Up next, easing pressure on the Federal Reserve.
We definitely got some reasonably good data.
The Fed has some time, essentially, to assess the next move.
This is normal. It's a testament to the fact that the economy is doing well.
Joining next, Lindsay Piegza of Stifel. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. Good morning.
Western countries, all of them are cutting funding to Africa. And some of these programs were supported by funding coming from Western countries, like for human resources, for testing, for transportation of samples. And suddenly, African countries have to think how to fund money and to cover this gap. But it takes some time. And I think the combination of all of these factors are fueling this mistrust that we see at community level. We value the support we got and we are still getting from the US. And we think that if we continue to work together, and there is no reason for the US not to work with Africa CDC, Africa CDC is the leader in terms of public health in Africa.
Welcome to Bloomberg This Weekend. I'm David Gura.
I'm Lisa Mateo.
And I'm Christina Ruffini. We're tracking breaking news today from Wall Street to Washington.
Let's start overseas. The sector is really propelling this yield forward.
Yeah, the hope is this will open up new markets and provide some additional liquidity.
Of course, now they're going to have competitors. We got a big week coming up in politics.
Earnings season is underway. We're going to get some key reports.
Everything you need to know before the markets open on Monday.
Bloomberg This Weekend, bringing a little Bloomberg into your weekend routine.
Guys,
buckle up.
In
investors, top executives, global innovators. Join me for in-depth conversations with the biggest newsmakers on the day's top stories. Insight with Haslinda Amin, only on Bloomberg.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute space news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Ed Ludlow at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is Bloomberg.
New record highs. We are seeing that continue to extend this morning, led by the equal weight, led by tech actually this morning. Right now, S&P futures up 0.1%. You're seeing the Japanese yen get a little bit of a reprieve, 159.12. Still, though, far below the level that it was during the intervention last week. 10-year yields just up a touch, 4.64%. Brent crude essentially flat, $87.14. Under surveillance this morning, easing the pressure on the Federal Reserve.
We definitely got some reasonably good data.
The Fed has some time, essentially, to assess the next move.
September sitting at roughly 50-50.
This is normal. It's a testament to the fact that the economy is doing well.
We'll just have to keep watching and waiting.
Here's the latest. This week's CPI and PPI data showing signs that inflation is indeed cooling. Traders now pushing out rate hiking bets into next year, taking some of the pressure off Fed Chair Kevin Warsh as well as the rest of the committee. Lindsay Piegza of Stifel writing, this won't necessarily remove, but it does potentially mitigate the sense of urgency for the Fed to firm its policy stance, at least in the nearer term. Lindsay joins us now for more. Lindsay, great to speak with you. Thank you for being with us. I want to just start there. I know that you've been of the mind that this was a Fed that probably would have to tighten policy. What makes you think this actually really materially changes the picture, at least in the short term?
Well, I want to be clear. This is a Fed that I would like to see firm policy, but we have been in the camp, particularly under the new leadership, that the Fed would likely take its time staying on the sidelines. As remember, this is a committee that has tolerated above target price pressures for years. So any indication of a temporary, or bringing back a favorite word, transitory expectation of price pressures would again reinforce the Fed's ability to take their time and keep policy unchanged. And so this week's inflation data does continue to give the Fed room to remain at this reasonable level, this 3.5 to 3.75% for some time longer. Remember, last month was outright deflation. We saw the monthly price declines. That was reversed in July. We did see prices reaccelerate, but that minimal increase allowed that annual pace to continue to cool. So this is going to simply reinforce some of those more dovish committee members' hopes that prices will continue to ease into year end as the impact of tariffs rolls off and energy prices potentially stabilize.
Lindsay, one of the arguments for Fed officials who want to remain patient is that they're not harming anything by remaining on hold, that there isn't signs of true exuberance in markets where leverage is getting completely out of hand, and that ultimately the consumer is okay but not unbelievably strong. What's your pushback to that? What would it accomplish if the Fed were to tighten policy materially here?
Well, I think right now there is a case to say that the economy is trending at a moderate pace. We saw a 1.5% growth pace in the second quarter, but we averaged that out with the start, 1.8% January to June. That's an okay pace, an adequate pace of growth. And as you mentioned, the consumer is still chugging along. We continue to see the consumer spending out in the marketplace, albeit at a reduced pace. So overall, we continue to see these modest conditions, which eases the pressure on either side of the argument. But when we look at inflation, inflation is still notably above the Fed's 2% target, with really further upside risk coming down the pipeline if we don't see a near-term resolution to the conflict overseas. And so at this point, with the Fed allowing this elevated level of inflation to increasingly become ingrained for years, now is the time, actually, it's already well past the time, for the Fed to focus on reining in out-of-control inflation and potentially returning us back to that point of price stability that Kevin Warsh says is still very much a policy goal of the Fed.
Lindsay, when it comes to the conflict in Iran and gasoline prices, can the consumer continue to withstand $4 a gallon gasoline? If this remains the peak, is the consumer going to hold up?
Well, it's interesting because the fastest way to derail the American consumer is with sustained heightened energy prices. And certainly higher prices at the pump did derail the consumer, or at least undermine momentum of the consumer early on at the start of the year. But the consumer appears to have refound its footing, or at least refound some stronger footing in the second quarter. But to your point, going forward, the consumer is not strong enough to perpetually withstand elevated energy prices. Eventually, higher prices at the pump will continue to erode momentum, and eventually, if sustained, will break the consumer, resulting in a significantly lower pathway for the broader economy.
Lisa and I spoke to David Tinsley earlier this week, who talked about the great convergence of the K-shaped economy. Basically, what Bank of America is saying is consumers looking increasingly alike as wage and spending gains converge. Do you also see some of that?
Well, I do think that we're continuing to see this overall theme for consumers at all rungs of the income spectrum of a more moderate pace of expenditure. We continue to see decent conditions in the labor market, wage gains above 3% on average, providing welcome support to the consumer. But at the same time, it's not enough to offset the price increases that we're seeing in the marketplace, particularly at the pump. So consumers are losing momentum, meaning fewer dollars spent out in the marketplace, on top of rising nominal debt levels, with credit card balances now up over $1.3 trillion, and we're also starting to see rising delinquency rates. So the pain certainly is being felt and starting to emerge into the underlying data.
Lindsay Pieggs of Stifel, thank you so much for being with us as we chart toward that retail sales figure coming out in about 35 minutes' time. The expectation, I'm going to focus on the control group. I think that is probably going to be the most interesting one. A gain of 0.3% month over month from the prior reading of 0.5% in June. Whether we get a sense of what the auto and gas is doing, whether it continues to remain robust, is going to be key exactly to your question.
Yeah, because how much are consumers able to spend more on other items if a bigger proportion of their spending is having to go to things like electricity costs and gasoline costs, because we have seen, obviously, this summer, gasoline prices tick higher.
Yeah, and we've seen kind of conflicting results when we look at some of the big retailers and some of the biggest retailers coming out next week. We, of course, have Walmart on Thursday, which is going to be the key one, but also Home Depot on Tuesday, as well as Target on Wednesday, also giving a read to consumer appetites. And frankly, it has been fairly solid, but that bifurcation continuing, where you do have more picky, lower income consumers, just because they don't have the capacity to spend that much extra. But at the upper end, especially with that wealth effect, that has continued to be something that has driven a lot of consumer spending.
And this was David Tinsley's point earlier this week to us. Yes, maybe the K-shaped economy is starting to converge, but the exception remains the top 5% of the earners, strong balance sheet, rising asset prices. You nailed this early in the earnings season. The fact that basically airlines have become an AI trade because people are able to spend that much more for premium seats and their holidays.
We're all part of the AI trade. It's just a question of what section of it we want to be part of. Coming up, Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex, Kylie Kohu of Jefferies, Aditya Bahave of Bank of America, and Peter Scheer of Academy Securities. As we head toward that key retail sales figure, this is Bloomberg Surveillance.
Some people have written that your bank, Revolut, is worth $75 billion. Have you ever thought of taking your organization public?
Well, the way I think about it, we kind of will be ready probably in 2 years' time. But then again, depends on how good the market is.
Since you don't have an IPO, how do people who work for you make some money? Do you make a market for people to sell their shares internally?
Yeah, so we do secondaries every 1 or 2 years when people can sell a certain portion of their stocks to external investors.
So you've done secondary sales for your employees, so employees can then get some liquidity. Do you expect before you go public you'll do any more of those, or are you just going to wait till you go public before you liquefy any more stock?
Yeah, I think so. We might do secondaries as well before we do IPO, because we do it every 1 or 2 years, so we might do secondary as well.
All right, well, if anybody wants to sell their shares to me, let me know. And have any investment bankers told you why they're the best to do the IPO for you?
Yeah, obviously every single one is the best.
Everyone is the best. You're not in a rush to do it. You don't need the money.
So we're a bank, and then for the bank, it's super important to have trust. And then public companies are trusted more compared to private companies. So that's the reason.
is embedded in every aspect of our lives, and that revolution is playing out in real time. From finance to defense tech, AI to entertainment, from the road to the stars. Bloomberg is bringing you the stories of companies and people that are pushing tech to new frontiers, and the politics reshaping global tech markets. I'm Ed Ludlow, live in San Francisco, and this is Bloomberg Tech. Every weekday, only on Bloomberg Television.
Oh, hello there. Just wanted to say, Primer is back. We've been scouring the frontiers of science and technology to help explain the difference between the next gold rush and whatever this thing is. And in season 2, we're upping the stakes. More danger.
Now that is some high-grade uranium mineralization.
We used to have a stable climate on this Earth. Right now, we do not.
More science.
We're pushing the envelope of technology in multiple directions. Software, hardware, chemistry, physics.
The cable is like very cold.
And more CEOs that can nail the photo shoot.
Hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars are at stake.
While the problems are economic, the solutions are too.
And yes, we will be talking about AI.
There is a lot of humanoid hype out there.
But our future doesn't run on hype. It runs on innovation. Watch season 2 on all these lovely channels.
The global economic playbook is being rewritten, and the levers of power are moving in real time.
To see where the world is headed, you have to look where the action is.
I'm Haslinda Amin in Singapore.
I'm Menika Doshi in Mumbai.
Welcome to Emerging the New Economy podcast.
Each month, we dive deep into how the world's most exciting rising economies are shaping the global future.
Join the conversation. Subscribe to Emerging on your favorite podcast platform today.
U.S. jobs numbers are released. Bloomberg has the report under surveillance with crucial data and expert analysis at terminal speed. Nobody covers Jobs Day like Bloomberg.
We have to stay grounded in what we know to be true. We have to stay grounded in the fundamentals.
There really is quite a bit of a tailwind coming for U.S. equities and for the tech, for the growth, for the momentum.
The market right now is really trading off of and queuing off of what's going on in the AI theme.
AI is a place you need to be selective because it's becoming increasingly complex.
At some point, we're going to see some big losers and some winners.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Anne-Marie Hordern.
Good morning. Welcome back to Bloomberg Surveillance. As we finish up the last hour of Bloomberg Surveillance for the week, stocks climbing to end the week with a third straight week of gains, the longest streak since May. Traders increasingly pricing out rate hikes with a measure of financial conditions easing to their most accommodative in 30 years. Next up, retail sales in America, just 30 minutes away from the latest test of the U.S. consumer. The expectation is the resilience will be maintained.
And this is going to be an important data point given the fact that we had CPI and PPI that for most economists that are looking at the situation right now are saying this is enough for the Fed to look through this and remain on hold for September. When it comes to retail sales, this is going to be interesting, though, given the environment we are in. Bank of America says the K is converging. The upper echelons of society are doing very well, but obviously there's been a drag on individual when it comes to a massive sticker price shock of gasoline.
Yeah, and that report from Bank of America talking about how the lower end of the K actually seeing a disproportionate pay boost in the past month or so. Early days, nonetheless, some positivity coming through there. When it comes to rate hikes, we now have a 30% chance of a rate hike priced in for September. That was more than 40% before the CPI and PPI. And it really raises the specter of how much the hawks on the committee can wrangle some of their peers to join them in voting for a rate hike. The expectation is they will remain on hold given the fact that there is nothing screaming that there is an acceleration in inflation.
Remain on hold, but maybe the dissents continue to dissent. We heard from Beth Hammack this week, and she said now is the time to act. She was a dissenter and likely going to be one as well, because they thought that you should move in the last meeting. They're going to think you should move in September. But potentially enough is done with the data that the doves can say we're going to remain on hold. I think Jackson Hole becomes incredibly more important now, obviously. But also it is interesting when you look at the Federal Reserve market expectations for a hike. We're back to where we were before the press conference, and everyone was concerned about credibility because of Kevin Warsh.
Yeah, and this comes along with financial conditions that, at least according to the Bloomberg Index, have become the most accommodative in about 30 years. Coming into a week full of earnings with retail-specific earnings in focus, and this really is the kickoff with the retail sales that we get in about 27 minutes time. We have Home Depot on Tuesday, Target on Wednesday, as well as Lowe's, of course, and Walmart on Thursday, giving a read of the consumer. Right now, in markets, the read is positive. The inching kind of nature of this market really in focus, climbing, inching every single day to a new high. Today, S&P futures inching up 0.1%, NASDAQ up about 0.25%, Russell 2000 flat, 2s, 10s, and 30s, getting a sense the front end pegged by this expectation the Fed will remain on hold, much lower than it was earlier in the week. On the longer end, a little bit of confusion given the fact that we did just see the sales of 10 and 30-year notes coming in at the highest yields going back to 2007 and 2001, respectively. At the front end, 4.12%, down a full 2 basis points, while the 30-year is up 2 basis points. And in the crude space, questions about what exactly economic fury will look like at a time when increasingly there seems to be a stalemate in the Middle East. Brent crude up just 0.25%, $87.29, while WTI $81.72, up about 0.6%. Coming up this hour, Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex, with stocks eyeing a third straight week of gains. Adichie Bahave of Bank of America calling for 75 basis points of rate hikes this year, despite this week's inflation data. And Peter Scheer of Academy Securities taking the other side of the debate, saying no hikes for you. We begin this hour with stocks sitting at all-time highs. Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex writing, despite some turbulence this summer, equity markets have continued to trend higher, supported by resilient U.S. growth, solid earnings, and ongoing enthusiasm for AI capital spending. Katie, I am so pleased to say, joins us here on set. Great to see you. I want to start with the idea that you did not mention the deficit in there. You really seem to talk about the strong growth, big issuance, and just generally the positivity that's also supporting stocks. Can you explain why that is?
Well, I think it's interesting because you're not really seeing a lot of discussion of that, and really most buyers and most investors have mostly been focused on earnings and growth, and they maybe are not really thinking about the deficit as much right now. What is the most interesting to me, particularly for equities, is the fact that you have higher energy prices and probably a Fed on hold, but we're willing to see through that and still be relatively positive.
So at this point, do you see this as accelerating in a direction, or do you think that we're going to kind of remain around this level based on the trading activity that you've seen?
Well, there has been some acceleration in prices, particularly in the US, and so that's kind of interesting to see that you're seeing sort of this AI theme that had some reticence earlier this summer, having some momentum, some increased trend signals in terms of what we're seeing. To me, that could continue on for sure in terms of there's nothing that is sort of standing in the way that you can think of. I mean, we're at all-time highs. If something was really an issue, wouldn't we kind of be aware of that? Like, we'd be talking about it. So I think things are looking reasonable right now for the equity markets, and that's why people are continuing to buy.
It seems like right now there has been an ongoing sort of breakdown in the correlations between stocks and bonds. The 60-40 has not been functioning on a daily basis in any capacity. And to the extent that yields move higher, sometimes it's on good news and sometimes it's on bad news, and it seems like it's kind of behaving independent of a lot of other factors. How difficult has it been to get a signal from the bond market?
Bond markets have been incredibly challenging to trade from a trend perspective. Two ways. One, they haven't trended very much. Let's be honest, we haven't moved very far. But second of all, cross-asset correlations for bonds are very interesting right now. The correlation between bonds and energies is actually stronger in our short-term measurements than with the equity markets. So that tells me that inflation uncertainty and concern about, geopolitical risk is actually a core driver of bond market movements. And so it's really sort of when that risk accelerates, you see bonds move more. So ironically, growth is less of a factor in relative terms right now for bonds. And that makes it really hard to trade, because is it growth? Is it, the Fed, or is it really sort of repricing inflation? And actually that has been a pretty consistent theme, which makes bonds really difficult to trade from a trend perspective.
If that's the correlation right now, and it's making it incredibly difficult for bonds, how focused are you and other individuals in the market actually on the conflict the way that equity individuals are not?
Well, that's an interesting point, is that if you look at equity markets, they're willing to see through the conflict, and they're willing to sort of support slightly higher energy prices. They're also willing to accept that, we're not going to see lower rates at any point in the short term. But bonds are really sort of stuck between those two. They've reacted more to geopolitical risk than I think the equity markets have. And that just shows you that they're much more susceptible to the inflation risk is much more of an issue for bonds than, say, the potential growth risk that you might see in equities.
Does it make you nervous that Fitch had to come out and affirm the U.S. rating?
I mean, I think that's something, I think there's a lot of things to be nervous about, that things seem too good, that there's something that could kind of be a catalyst. And the reason I say this is when I say the equity markets are ignoring the risks, usually equity markets like to stay hopeful until you have some data point that tells you otherwise. Whereas I feel like bond markets are much more focused on balancing risk, I think. So I think that's a good point in that there's certain things, a surprise, that might kind of tip the wheel and cause people to be more concerned in equities again.
Just zooming out, the idea of being a trend follower at a time where we haven't really seen a day-to-day material trend, how much has it changed given the nature of this market, which is much more stable at the headline level, but at the same time, under the hood, there's a lot of single name volatility, not so much broad market volatility. How have you changed how you follow trends?
So what we have seen this year is trends have changed substantially when you saw geopolitical risk come in. So we had very different trends in the first part of the year than we do now. Commodities remain a very key driver of trends, particularly base metals and also energies. That trade hasn't been easy because, as you know, it's been up, then it's been volatile. But equities, they really continue to trudge higher. No matter what time period you look at, you still see this positive enthusiasm despite moments of concern. So I'd say equities and energies, best trends this year.
Thank you so much. Katie Kaminsky, great to see you. Katie Kaminsky there of Alpha Simplex. And as we're talking about the commodity complex and geopolitical conflict, we got this from the Pentagon, from the Defense Department, that the Department of War, Boeing, and RTX forge agreements to strengthen the production of critical 3M3 Block 2A and basically munitions coming out, really highlighting this effort to expedite some of the munition production.
Yep, missile components. So they're inking these agreements to fortify, stabilize the supply chains according to the DoD and expand the production of this. This has been a key focus point for this administration, especially given the fact that they've used so much of the inventories built up in the conflict.
Yeah, well, this is something that we'll keep watching as ongoing concerns get built over the munition stockpiles. Right now, let's get you an update on stories elsewhere this morning. Here is your Bloomberg Brief with Yahira Anand. Yahira.
Hi, Lisa. The rollout of New York's pied-à-terre tax can continue for now. An appeals court put a hold on a Staten Island judge's order to block the plan. The victory for New York Mayor Zohran Mamdani comes as a group of homeowners sued, saying the tax and rollout caused mass confusion. The Trump administration is imposing tariffs of as much as 100% on imported drones. The move set to potentially accelerate a decoupling of supply chains with China, the world's top drone manufacturer. The top rate will apply to heavier drones or those with certain capabilities, while smaller drones will be taxed at 25%. And President Donald Trump's name is being put back on the Kennedy Center for the Performing Arts. The center's board voting to close the facility for 2 years of maintenance and to put Trump's name back onto its main building. The president's name was previously added to the building and website, but is removed after a judge's ruling. That's your Bloomberg Brief, Lisa.
Thank you so much, Yahira. Up next, the morning calls, plus Kylie Kohu of Jefferies. His attention turns to that U.S. consumer with retail sales data just ahead, as well as key retail earnings. Next week, we have Walmart on Thursday, and before that, Target and Home Depot. From New York, this is Bloomberg Surveillance.
what is going to be the consequence for U.S. markets?
We are seeing modest gains across European equity markets.
Take a look at how we're faring when it comes to Asian markets.
World's most powerful investors don't ring a bell. They quietly reshape entire industries. This is the money shaping the world. The Dealmaker playbook, where power and billions of dollars change hands every day. From private equity and credit to venture capital and M&A, we bring you the inside scoop on the biggest deals and debates, plus exclusive conversations with finance's ultimate insiders. I'm Danny Berger, and this is Bloomberg Deals. Every week, only on Bloomberg Television.
Asia is at the forefront of some of the world's biggest stories.
And we're here, where the action starts in Sydney.
And in Tokyo, yet ahead as the global trading day begins.
The Asia Trade, weekdays only on Bloomberg.
If you think about this year, we've had this constant push and pull between AI jitters, and then prior to that, concern about geopolitics. Financial conditions are as the loosest that they've been this entire century. We're a little bit concerned about that bit of complacency.
That was Julian Emanuel of Evercore earlier this morning, agreeing with what we heard earlier this week from the Norwegian sovereign wealth CEO, talking about maybe this is as good as it gets. Potentially there could be some volatility going forward. We are 15 minutes away from retail sales in America, and right now in markets you do see a lift across the board, really led by the tech sector. When it comes to the consumer, AMH, we've really seen kind of different tales coming from different retailers. On one hand, we heard from Tapestry not doing well at all. Kate Spade very much losing clout. On the other hand, people love their Birks, and so they're going out and buying their Birkenstocks. And some of the other retailers, of course I am, but there is this issue of, is there a clear signal coming from retail sales that will sort of have solidified in 15 minutes time?
I think you could say that Americans are still out and spending. They're just, and Jonathan's on here, so I'll use the word choiceful, which he hates. People maybe are, some people, not all, some people are interested in buying Birkenstocks, while others, maybe Kate Spade's not doing well for Tapestry, but Coach is still considered very cool. So I think a lot of this just depends on where people are deciding to use some of that discretionary spending.
Yeah, we'll get into that in just a minute. Time now for the morning calls. First up, Bank of America putting its price target on Applied Materials, cutting that target, saying investors may have been looking for more leverage in gross margins, seeing Applied Materials shares lower by 5.4% in pre-market trading. Next up, Wells Fargo raising its price target on Dell, expecting server-driven upside and a better supply outlook for the second half. Those shares lower by about 1%. And finally, Telsey Advisory Group raising its price target on Target, projecting continued gains from its strategy to return to its Target magic. Sticking with retailers, the U.S. consumer in focus ahead of retail sales and consumer sentiment data, leading up to a wave of major earnings next week. Remember, we've got Home Depot on Tuesday, Lowe's and Target on Wednesday, or Target, and on Thursday we get, of course, Walmart. Bloomberg's Amanda Mull joins us now for more. Amanda, what are you looking for next week and potentially today as we get a gauge of retail sentiment?
You know, it's been interesting because for most of the past year and a half, consumer sentiment and retail sales have been sort of disjointed. So what we're seeing right now is consumer sentiment has bounced back a little bit in the latest University of Michigan's survey. But I think that the fate of retailers is going to depend a lot on the individual positioning of each retailer. For Walmart, I think that things are probably going to be pretty good because they are positioned where a lot of high spenders who are looking to save a little bit of money or looking for good deals can, sort of like swap down. But retailers who are, sort of positioned in a premium way or who don't have a lot of consumers willing to swap down into their offering may be a little bit stressed.
At this point, how do you understand the K-shaped economy as a way of understanding brands? Or is that kind of an old story, and this is much more about specific performance, execution at different retailers?
Well, I think that the K-shaped economy is still a story that is really, really important to a lot of different retailers. But what matters more, I think, to most of them is what is happening at a slightly more nuanced level of data. So we saw in a recent Bank of America data that actually consumers at the low end of the income spectrum their spending has recovered a little bit. So you see slightly better spending at a low income point, and then high income consumers are a little bit iffy. So it's softening a little bit and strengthening a little bit in sort of unexpected places right now. And so it really depends a lot on individual retailer positioning and brand positioning.
Amanda Mull, thank you so much for jumping on with us this morning. That's Amanda Mull of Bloomberg. Kylie Kohu of Jefferies rating top-line consumer sentiment remains almost exactly unchanged. This was due to improvements in perceived buying conditions offset by worsening near-term economic expectations. Kylie joins us now for more. Kylie, ahead of this print that we're getting in just about 11 minutes' time, how much do you expect to glean from retail sales in July?
I think retail sales in July will be a really interesting read-through, but kind of to the point that people have made before is the consumer's been remarkably stable. So we don't expect to see any big surprises with this print. And in fact, I would probably lean a little bit more onto what Target and Walmart are saying, even more so than what the retail sales end up being.
Well, Target and Walmart are coming out next week, so give us a sense of what you think they're going to be telling us.
Yeah, so we're pretty bullish on both of them heading into the prints. We actually took up numbers just this morning on Target. We're above consensus. And Walmart, they're pretty good at always delivering a very slight beat. We end up reiterating our numbers right at the high end of their guidance. So overall, we expect that momentum to continue. And really, I think one of the key kind of themes of this earnings cycle is that flywheel of marketing and merchandising and having those both work together, again, as the consumer remains a little more stable and not really shifting because of big macro trends.
Lisa just pointed to the fact that Telsey Advisory Group also raised their price target on Target, calling it now Target, basically maybe getting its mojo back. Are they bringing in different brands? Is it execution? Why are individuals a little bit more bullish on Target right now?
It's a little bit of both. So when we look at something like a traffic data, that's kind of the proof point to say that lots of this is working. But when we say, well, why is it working? It is a lot of these collaborations that they're doing with bigger brands that maybe usually sell at higher price points, but then are making lines limited edition for Target. And those numbers are up quite a bit year over year. In fact, they've done more this year to date than they did all of last year. So it is that, merchandising side of it that they're getting right, and then as well as revamping some of their own brands as well.
There's been an issue, Kylie, where we've seen the likes of Amazon glean a significant part of their revenues from their cloud computing services, so they're able to compete on price more aggressively. Walmart has advertising and other online platforms that it can use, as well as its just size, to improve margins and potentially compete on price. How does Target keep up with a retail landscape that's so in transition right now when it comes to the mix of profits?
So historically in retail land, Walmart has been the first mover. We've kind of had a little bit of shift with that, right? Amazon's really kind of, taken this business model and been able to put it on type of steroids. Walmart's been able to do their own thing, and Target is a pretty close second mover. And what Target is really good at, to steal my competitor's term, the Target magic, right, is that they're able to do that merchandising in a way that Walmart and Amazon aren't necessarily playing in.
So the idea of the store actually being a pleasant experience rather than a box with some fluorescent lights sort of coming back to the fore, maybe giving them a little bit of a boost.
Exactly.
So, Kylie, I am curious, given the fact that you see pretty solid consumer, albeit somewhat choiceful, if we're going to use that word this morning, you also are seeing a bit of an outperformance over the past couple of months, at least relative to the past couple of years, from the lower end of the K. It seems like there's a little bit of a revival there. How would you describe the state of the consumer right now? Would it be an acceleration in terms of spending momentum, or would you say it's kind of hovering in this sort of low hire, low fire zone in the labor market, that there's a similar dynamic of churn in retailing?
I think it's a little bit of the latter. Like I said, we're not seeing any big shifts. No one's having to really move their baskets around. A year ago, we might have been saying a little bit of a different story. The K-shaped economy was kind of, to use that term, still widening. It's been pretty consistent over the last, let's call it 8 to 6 months. And so, no, there's no of those big shifts going around, especially with the lower end consumer.
What about gasoline prices? How much is that eating into consumers' pockets?
So again, to use the word choiceful, right? Gasoline prices and gasoline usage, there is part of it that is necessary, and then there's also part of it that is discretionary. What we've also seen this cycle is that it's not just been gasoline prices up and to the right, it's been gasoline prices that have kind of been more volatile. And so with that, consumers have been able to say, hey, this week, maybe I'll fill up fully. Next week, I'll only do half a tank. So we have seen a little bit of that in consumer behavior, especially when you look closely at C-store data.
Kylie Kohu, thank you so much for being with us. Kylie Kohu there of Jefferies. As we get to about 6 minutes away from retail sales, Michael McKee will be breaking down all the numbers. He joins us now to give us a sense of what we're looking for. Mike, can you give us a sense of how this potentially caps off what has been a really interesting week of economic data?
Yeah, it's going to be basically the same story as we saw with the inflation data, in that they may be a slight decline in retail sales, the growth of retail sales, but there's going to be a lot of caveats to that. One being that Prime days were in June instead of July. The World Cup ended in July.